Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Al-Ali.
Good morning, sir.
I can't see them, but I imagine that both counsel for the second defendant are with us. Could they confirm that, please?
Indeed. Good morning, Your Lordship.
And I can have the pleasure of seeing you. It was the second defendant's counsel I was inquiring about. Are they there?
Good morning, my lord. We are here.
Good. Very well. Well, then, would you like to proceed with your cross-examination, please?
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord, I just want to indicate one thing. So I have reflected on my cross-examination overnight and this morning, and I have trimmed it substantially. However, it is probably going to take me just over an hour and 10 minutes. And so I just wanted to raise that with you before I started.
Well, all right. I trust your judgment. I'm sagging a little at that bad news, but let's get on and be as brisk as you can, please.
I'm grateful. Mr. Al-Ali, please could you turn section 9369, please? This is a WhatsApp chain between you and Mr. Evgeny. Do you have that there?
Yes.
And on the 19th of January 2020 at 6:48 a.m., Mr. Morozov is telling you that he can make POF right now. Do you see that there?
6:40, 49. Yeah.
6:48.
48. The first message, you mean? Yes.
Yes, I can make
On the
POF
page.
right now.
Yeah.
And what he's saying to you, isn't he, that he can show you proof of funds?
Not necessarily. It could be he can show proof of fund to the seller if there is a seller. So he's in generally saying I can do it. Doesn't mean like to us.
Right, but on the basis of you knowing on the 18th of December WhatsApp message that he was trying to move money, and then on the 20th of December email there's reference to him trying to organize the money to be in the UAE. If Mr. Morozov is saying that he can show proof of funds, Mr. Ali, why did you not take him up on the offer and say, well, I'd like to see proof of funds, please?
See, we were arranging, if you can see the next message, any news regarding BTC, the following message, I cannot keep people here the week. There are people coming from Russia, he was claiming at that time. So we were organizing for the seller. Now, the seller is more interested to see the proof of fund than us. So when we get a buyer and seller, we organize the meeting. And then at that point of time, the buyer would like to see the proof of coins. The seller would like to see a proof of fund.
Yes. So my question is, when it comes to you selling your Bitcoin, and when I say you, I say HUOBI, where Mr. Morozov is offering to show proof of funds as a seller, why did you not take him up on that offer and ask him to show proof of funds?
So I may explain again. This is completely different than that scenario. That scenario, we have a custodian in between. This is directly between the buyer and the seller. So each one would like to verify others. Now, when we have a custodian in the middle, the custodian responsibility to make sure the fund and the coins have been delivered at the same time.
Mr. Al-Ali, can I ask you to turn up section 8371, please?
Yes, that's the email.
Yes. So we looked at this very briefly yesterday.
Yes.
Mr. Turner sent you this email and he copies Mr. Ahmadi in.
Yes.
And what he is requesting in that email is for you to return the signed agreement back.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Yes, it's the second, as I say, because find the attached documents. Need more information, please. Note we have regarding the discussion first deal with clients. Summary information. Let us have your sign on account opening form. Yes.
So you understood that TABARAK could offer you any services, you would have to send back not only the signed account opening agreement, but also comply with the obligations within that agreement once you had signed it.
So you asking me what is in there? He's asking to send signed agreement.
But you're Mr.
Yeah.
Al-Ali, you're being asked to accept that it is only upon receipt of the signed agreement and the fulfillment of any conditions which are specified in the signed agreement that any obligation will accrue on the part of the first defendant.
Yes.
Do you accept that or not?
We accept, yes. Whatever in the agreement, we sign it and give it back, yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask you then to turn to section 8, page 367, please?
Yes.
This is another email. It's the second email of the day. The first email, the one that we've just been to, sent at 12:35, and this is sent later in the evening at 8:29 by Mr. Turner.
Yes.
And it's TICL Noor Bank account details.
Yep.
You see there, don't you, that Mr. Ahmadi is not copied into this email?
Ahmadi is not in the email, yes.
Yes. And Mr. Turner is providing to you Noor Bank account details.
Yep.
And we can see those at 8368.
Yes.
And Noor Bank is TABARAK's account, isn't it?
Yes.
And what Mr. Turner is saying to you there is that we are ready to start testing session. You see that?
Yes.
And he also says that regarding the fee, we are looking forward to receiving your offer. Now I'm going to pause there a second, just dealing with the testing session. Do you accept that that testing session that he was offering to undertake was because you wanted to see, or you wanted to ascertain whether or not using TABARAK's bank account was compatible with your objectives?
Yes, that was the purpose of the testing transactions.
And this email was sent before you signed the account opening agreement on the 20th of January.
Yes.
And regarding fee, we are looking forward to receiving your offer. This was not referable to the non-refundable, well, it can't be, sorry, let me put the question again. This was in relation to agreeing commission for any subsequent services that TABARAK may provide after signing the account opening agreement.
Can you please rephrase the question again?
Yes, I will. Where Mr. Turner is saying regarding fee, we are looking forward to receiving your offer.
Yes.
That was in relation to agreeing fees for any services that TABARAK may provide after signing the account opening agreement and at the letter of intent stage set out in the account opening agreement.
It will happen after the agreement, yes. Now, the fees exactly what he's referring to here, I can't really comment. It could be the commission, or I need to have a look at this.
And Mr. Al-Ali, you wanted confirmation, didn't you? Or HUOBI generally, the team wanted confirmation as to what those charges, the fees may be, which is why you asked for an addendum from Mr. Turner.
Yes, of course. Before we start any service, we'll need to know how much we'll have to pay.
For services that would be provided on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with a non-refundable 25,000 due diligence processing fee.
That is what they already informed us about before the addendum.
Can I then ask you to turn up, please, section 8, page 419.
Yes.
Excuse me. This was an email sent by Mr. Turner on the 17th of January at 5 o'clock. And you see there that Mr. Ahmadi is not copied into this email.
Yes. It's not in the email.
And he says, Mr. Turner, that is, please find attached the discussed addendum showing the figures.
Yeah, that's what's written in the email, yes.
And as I said, and you agreed that this was sent because you wanted, or HUOBI wanted, to be sure what the charges would be.
Yes.
And if we go over the page, 8420, this is the agreement that was sent.
This is the details, yes, of the fees they have sent.
And at the top, signing this addendum, the parties agree to the following additional terms and conditions and fees. And the additional terms and conditions are additional to the account opening agreement, aren't they?
It's addendum to the agreement, yes, to the account opening agreement.
And this copy in the bundle is not signed.
This is not signed, no.
But you never signed this, did you?
No, no.
Can I ask you to turn to paragraph 40.4 of your witness statement, please? It's at page 6, section 6, page 14.
Yes.
And what you say about halfway down the paragraph, I now understand the addendum to be the letter of intent apparently required under the agreement, although it was more than an intention, it was a legally binding document. First, at this point in time, you hadn't even sent a signed copy of the account opening agreement, had you?
You mean when they send the email at that point of time, you see?
Yes.
When they send the addendum?
Sorry,
when they send the email with the addendum, you mean, when you mention at that time?
Well, I think the witness has got to look, he ought to have the chance to, you're asking him about 40.4, and perhaps he ought to remind himself, this is the specific context of the question. So would you like to just read to yourself, Mr. Al-Ali, what you say in 40.4?
Yes. See now, yes, I
What you're
understand.
being asked about, in particular, is what you say in the sentence beginning, I now understand. I now understand the addendum to be the letter of intent apparently required under the agreement, although it was more than an attention, it was a legally binding document. Ms. Ahmed, would you like to put your question again?
Yes, I'll just remind myself on it. My question was, Mr. Al-Ali, this could not be a legally binding agreement because it was sent to you even before you signed the account opening agreement on the 20th.
It was sent to me before for discussion. If you see, it wasn't in the letterhead. It's just a draft page of paper. They send it afterward in their letterhead. Yes.
And when you say that, are you referring to
The email which we just.
Well, there is a document in the bundle. There's no covering email. If we turn to 8606, please. This is a document. It's the same addendum.
If you just give me a second, I'll.
I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
Yes, this is the ended the signed one and with the letterhead. Yes.
And this is dated the 20th of January, and it's signed by Christian Turner.
Yes.
Now, there's no evidence as to when and how this addendum came to be signed by Mr. Turner. And you can't assist with that, can you?
I don't know how or where or when he signed it.
But you certainly didn't sign it, did you?
Yes.
But he said that a number of times.
Beg your pardon. Can I ask you to then turn to, and you had no intention of signing it, did you?
Once we received it, I start calling them to for the charges. Yes, but if they revised and the charges as per agreed lastly, we'd have signed it, but they have not sent it again.
Well, I'm going to suggest to you that you had no intention of signing it, and in that context, please can you turn up section 9, page 29.
Do forgive me, I'm a little slow getting it down.
Yeah, we still, it's like
page reference.
Section 9, page 29.
Page 29. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
This is a WhatsApp chat between Saxena and Mohit Davar. Saxena at the top, 19th of January, 2:19 p.m. Texts us Mr. Davar saying, hi, can we have a quick call? You see that?
Yeah, in the middle, yes.
Moving down, Mohit responds at 6:35. Don't add anything in the price for the test. Anyway, we have no cost from TABARAK on this. We need to get his coins for the big trade. That's Mr. Davar saying that there should be no cost in terms of the test trial, or no cost should be added. That's correct.
Yes, but I don't know to which one he refers to. I think that the testing transaction or?
Well, let's move down. On the 19th of January, 8:15 p.m. Nothing rests on the time. I'm just saying that for reference purposes. Mr. Saxena, can I please say something if you don't mind? As far as I remember, we clearly agreed during our call on Thursday that we will clarify the charges beforehand with TABARAK before signing the agreement. Same day, we had a call with them and asked to add an addendum because we will not go ahead with clearly, and I think that's without clearly defined charges. Now I have been asked to keep the addendum related to TABARAK aside as the charges will be agreed on a deal-by-deal basis. We should sign the standard agreement with them. I suppose we should be on the same page. This agreement is not very clear to us. Looks like I should follow what's been told and not have to push back. I'm sorry, but it's getting a little difficult for me. This is really not the first time, but I'm finding it a bit difficult to manage certain expectations. And then Saxena goes on, it's really a concern, not a complaint. And Mohit says, Sultan is managing this relationship and best to get clear direction from him. What has he told you? Saxena, we should sign the agreement that what we have received from Tabarak, not to worry about the addendum on charges with them. Okay, then I guess he must have agreed something with them to do on a case-by-case basis, like the test is free. Sure, that's fine. We will go by what's been told. Yes? So, and then if I can ask you to turn to 9:30. Sorry, we've just dealt with that. So it's right, isn't it, that Mr. Saxena discussed this matter with you about signing the account opening agreement and whether or not the addendum ought to be signed?
Yes.
And the decision you reached was that you were going to sign the account opening agreement, which you did and sent back on the 20th, didn't you?
Yes, sorry.
But you didn't want to sign the addendum because it wasn't clear what the charges might be, and therefore you were going to deal with the charges on a case-by-case basis. That is what was agreed, wasn't it?
Yes.
And do you accept that once you had signed the account opening agreement, and you've accepted anyway that there were certain conditions to be complied with, between the period 20th of January and the 3rd of February, you did not comply with any conditions under the account opening agreement, such that you did not comply with the due diligence requirements or the compliance requirements or payment of the non-refundable account opening fee, did you?
As far as we know that the compliance part, whatever they ask us to provide, we provide them. Now, whether that is everything they need or not, it's not for us. Regarding the fees, we have agreed with them to pay it on 3rd of sorry, excuse me.
I'm so sorry, I didn't hear, so do forgive me, Mr. Ali.
Yes,
You mentioned a date about the agreement. Can you repeat that? I didn't catch.
On 3rd February,
yes,
we explained to Mr. Ahmadi and Mr. Thonar that the fees will be included. They'll be deducted from the our fund with them. On that basis, we assumed everything is should be okay regarding the fees. Regarding the compliance, I already mentioned that they've never, whatever they ask us, whatever documents they required from us, we provide them.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Al-Ali, this is now all covered in your new 5th witness statement, isn't it? Paragraphs 15 to 18. Sorry, I beg your pardon. And paragraph 30. Paragraph 30 actually is the relevant one. My apologies. Page 2743.
Yes.
And I'm going to suggest to you that in fact what you say about agreeing the payment of the non-refundable account opening fee is simply not correct.
Because of, like, I mean, based on what you concluded that it's not correct.
Because this is quite an important feature of the case, Mr. Al-Ali.
Yeah.
And I suggest to you that if it was correct, then we would have seen it in either your pleaded case or your earlier witness statements. But in fact, the first time we see this piece of evidence is a day before trial. So it's not.
It's time to call a spade a spade. You can't dance around what you're really putting to this witness, which is that it's untrue and he knows it's untrue. Aren't you?
Yes, I am.
And you're entitled to do that on your instructions. So this is what's being put to you, Mr. Al-Ali, that what you say in your most recent witness statement, I think it's in paragraph 30, is made up, it's untrue, and you know it's untrue. For otherwise, this would all have been pleaded out in your case in the pleadings and would have emerged in your first two witness statements. And what do you say to that allegation?
Say, I mentioned also last time. Now the case has been like very long time, almost a year, and these are this like communication. There'll be like hundreds of messages, hundreds of communications among the group, among everybody. Now, and the principle of the discussion and the principle of like first witness statement was me going back to what I remember on the case. Then I have to go through all the comments, through all the WhatsApp messages, chatted, through the other team messages, like the group, everybody. I start realizing, start recalling some of the details, more details about the incident, the messages through it. And I'm not really, in here, it's very clear that even with this, the fifth witness statement, we have clear evidence of messages, of emails, of communications between us, with TABARAK, with the group, internally. We've been very transparent in this regard. We have given completely all our communication, whether internally or with TABARAK, even between us, and some of the messages you might have seen, it's not even relevant, but we have completely been very transparent in this.
So you reject the allegation,
yes,
that you have concocted paragraph 30, knowing that it's not true. You deny that allegation.
I do deny the allegation, yes, sir.
Thank you.
And in particular, I'm going to suggest to you the allegation that Mr. Saxena and you spoke to Mr. Ahmadi and Mr. Turner about deducting the account opening fee from the transaction fees is simply not true, is it?
It is true. Ahmadi was there, Christian was there, and me and Shantanu were there.
Mr. Ahmadi will give evidence because he hasn't had an opportunity to put in responsive, but Mr. Ahmadi's evidence will be, and I'm instructed to put to you, that you never had any sort of conversation with Mr. Ahmadi on the 3rd of February.
He was in the meeting room.
And if you had had such a conversation, then your case was pleaded.
He was in the meeting room.
He might have been in the meeting room.
We've got what you say about that, Mr.
Okay.
Ali. Go on, Ms. Ahmed.
The case that was pleaded on your behalf was within a matter of days after the 3rd of February. And had this had been agreed, that would have been in your pleaded case, but it is not. And therefore, I'm going to suggest to you that, in fact, all of this is made up after the event, having seen the documents and reconstructing a case that you say fits in with the legal theory.
That's not correct.
And in fact, what we see now in this witness statement is actually a lawyer's construct rather than your actual evidence.
No, that's not correct.
Well, now, Ms. Ahmed, you're going rather far there to suggest that Charles Russell or individuals within Charles Russell are party to the creation of false evidence, knowing that it's false. You must be careful in how you put your questions. I've had to raise this with you in other instances.
My apologies, I'll withdraw that question then.
Well, I think that I think deals with paragraph 30. You put your client's case on 30, and Mr. Al-Ali rejects it and denies that there's any concoction of any sort. So shall we move on?
Yes. Just a couple of questions on this point, just to finalise. Mr. Al-Ali, even if there was, you say, a proposal that the non-refundable fee should be deducted from the transaction fees, that proposal was never agreed by Tabarak, Mr. Ahmadi or Mr. Turner, was it?
No, it was agreed. That's why we proceed. I mean, that's why we proceed with the deal. When we told them that this will be deducted, this is your commission, they, Mr. Ahmadi did not comment on that. He said he left. And additional to that, when we left the room, Ahmadi was very happy. He said, we've been looking for a customer for this, to do this deal for a very long time. Afghani was standing to him, the buyer. Ahmadi put his hand over his shoulder, and he said he's one of the best or one of the good clients for us. And I don't understand, like, meaning of they didn't agree. They could have just said, us get out. We won't do the deal. So my understanding is he's okay with that. Christian was there. He was there. We proposed to them that this is our proposal, that we will be from the deduction. I mean, they could just say, no, that is not accepted, and we cannot proceed. Would be like completely close the matter and finish.
Can I ask you to turn up section 8421, please?
Yes.
This was an email sent by Mr. Turner on the 19th of January at 12:09.
Yes, the email, yes.
And you describe this, or rather your team described this as the third deal structure.
Yeah.
In terms of what this email represents, you accept, don't you, that it was sent before you signed and returned the agreement on the 20th of January?
Yeah, it was the 19th.
And the contents of this email are not reflected, are they, in the account opening agreement?
They're not in the account opening agreement, no.
So by the time you signed the account opening agreement, whatever we see in this email was not something that was part of that agreement, was it, in terms of the scope of services to be provided?
These terms are not in the agreement. In the account opening agreement, yes.
Now, what do you say this email does then?
Well,
these are the, I mean,
wait a moment. Now, have another go, please, Ms. Ahmed. We see what the email says.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
What's the point you're trying to get at?
What did you understand by this email? What was your understanding when you received this email?
this is that's what the email says. This is the procedures. We would be able to specify to involve the parties, all parties. That's what the email says.
In terms of this email, what had been suggested, had it not, that Tabarak's wallet would be used?
Tabarak Treasury wallet, yes.
You've done that.
Can I ask you to turn to section 9312, please? This is a WhatsApp chain of messages between.
Just
oh, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I need to. Yeah, this is the between Mohit and Shantanu. Social. This is a group, yeah.
Yes, it's group, and you are a participant in this group, aren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
It's okay. And if we start on the 19th of January, the reference, just the time for the time rather, just for reference, is a message from Mohit. I see Philip has sent the 3 BTC. What's our plan to sell these coins? And Sushant, hi Mohit, we are still under discussion. I can quote and liquidate the coins tomorrow to make the process speed tomorrow. We will place wire from our Silvergate account and not wait to receive funds from LP. But the only thing we need to finalize is we send it directly to EMAR or Tabarak account. You see that there? Mohit says, go via Tabarak. This is a test transaction unless Sultan has a different perspective as he is closer to Tabarak. You see that there?
Yeah.
So what this was talking about was the test transaction already referred to by Mr. Turner on the 15th of January, wasn't it?
Those were 2 Bitcoins.
Well, it's talking about the EMAR one in particular. It's talking about, isn't it, the sale of Philip's 3 Bitcoin to EMAR.
Oh, I got you. Mean that the process, which was in the email referring to this.
Yes.
Is that your question?
Yes.
No.
This WhatsApp chat refers to the sale of Philip's 3 Bitcoin to EMAR, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And what's being discussed here, that EMAR will pay $27,555 US, and that amount isn't mentioned there, but I can take you to that. The EMAR will pay US dollars about 27,000, and those will need to be converted into dirhams, which is why Tabarak's account is being discussed. That's the context of this WhatsApp message, isn't it?
To MR, yes. To send the MR. Now, he's suggesting that we might also try to use Tabarak.
Yes. And this was one of the test transactions referred to by Christian Turner in his 15th of January email, and that was to see if the systems were compatible.
But those, I remember, those were 2 Bitcoin, not 3.
Yes, but there were 2. There was 1 3 Bitcoin from Philip, and that's the EMAR, and then there was 2 Bitcoin that Mr. Turner sold. But we'll deal with that after.
Yeah. I need to see the cross-referencing if these are the same, that 100,000. Yeah.
And I'm going to suggest to you that the reason why you wanted to use TABARAK's bank account for Philip's money is because there was a risk attached to the transaction with Philip in terms of the sale of his Bitcoin, wasn't there?
No, there was no risk.
Can I ask you to turn?
Because we've done several transactions for him like monthly almost.
Can I ask you to turn to section 984, please?
$89.
Section 9, page 84.
I beg your pardon, section 977. That was my fault, I'm sorry. Can I ask you to turn to 976, which is the page before?
Yes.
So 976, two things, and it's you, Mr. Al-Ali, 6:39 a.m. in the morning. Two things just came to my mind over the page. To be honest, looking at the OTC business, looking at January, nothing is done. Philip deal wasn't really because of any effort, but it counts. What if Philip got convicted and found guilty? How would that affect us? We might need to consult legal. And then down, 6:42 a.m, Mohit says, on Philip, we will not use the US account. Let's use TABARAK only, but the risk is there. Should we take legal advice? But they say they have refreshed his KYC and found nothing yet. So the question is this: given the risks that had been identified on the 13th of January with the failed deal, this was a further risk, wasn't there? There was a further risk with Philip's transaction, and that's why you wanted to use TABARAK's bank account.
No, I'm not sure if this is the same Philip, because this is after the transaction. So just to give you a brief history about this, what the communication, now we just picked up the communication. If you allow me like 2 minutes.
Yes, of course. Yes, go on, Mr. Al-Ali.
So Philip is one of the investors with MR. So his project is 600 million dirham. So but he wants to be in Bitcoin. Amar approached us through FAM. FAM is a real estate company. They said this is a client. He already signed an agreement with Amar to buy a property worth 600 million dirham. That is around little bit over 100,000 US dollar. And they want him to be the first installment. He agreed, and then he came to us. We did the first agreement. It was around 32 million US dollar payment. It was at that time, I think it was around 3,000 or 4,000 Bitcoins. So we did the first deal. Now, once we did the first deal, we have this alert in the system to bring up if there is any compliance issue against them. When we did the KYC on him first, there was nothing. Then it appears that there is a case against him in Brazil. That's individual. We reported that to Amar. We said to Amar, this is what we have found. They said, yes, we know about this. This is nothing. This is a case happening. And there are many of our clients have cases going on unless he is convicted. Then we reported the same to the central bank, to DMCC, is the regulator of the HUOBI MENA. DMCC, of course, they said you report that to central bank. We report that to central bank. Central bank did not come back. The transaction, all these payments went to Emirates MBD. Emirates MBD has no objection continuing with these transactions with HUOB. So there was no risk. The only thing here we're discussing internally, if there is, excuse me, if there is any risk, if he gets convicted, we need a legal advice. That's the whole thing. But none of these have raised any concern, even after we report to them, like not Emar, not Emirates MBD as a bank. You know how restrict in their compliance are. They have never raised any concern about the transaction. But we feel that our also duty to make sure that, again, if are we in risk or not.
Can I ask you to turn page 8?
Well, I'm not sure we've quite finished off this. You were putting to the witness that the reason why they elected for the funds to go through TABARAK was because there was a risk.
No, there was no risk, no.
Why then was the choice made for the funds to go through TABARAK and not?
Yeah, so we have, last time we did the transaction directly through our bank, Silvergate. And then they had an issue here in UAE, that especially if the large amount coming from outside in US dollar, the bank keep raising extra compliance they have to do. So they suggested to us, why don't you pay in dirham? That's why we are looking for a local bank where we'll keep the fund in dirham, and then we will pay locally for that. That's why we use TABARAK. Amar, the last time they said, if you pay us in dirham, we'll be happy. Dollar, we always have problem with the regulators and banks. So we're trying to have a local bank who will be helping us to pay in dirham. We had also at some point of time, we had some legal lawyer firms were facilitating payment in dirham for a smaller amount, of course. These were like 20,000. So normally we'll not put any of our partner in risk if we know there is any risk.
Thank you.
Just to bed down this point, I'm going to suggest to you that that's not true, and that's not in fact what the WhatsApp message is saying. Can I then ask you to turn to 8449, please? I beg your pardon. Yes, 8449, that's correct, yes. Do you have that email there?
Yes.
This is an email from Turner, Mr. Al-Ali, and Dr. Ahmadi's copied in, and it's timed at 10:42. Do you see that there?
Yeah.
Now, this is one day after you signed the account opening agreement.
Yeah.
And are you familiar with the contents of this email, or would you like to read it?
I'll just read it quickly. Yes.
Yes. So I'm going to suggest to you that this email written by Mr. Turner is in effect saying to you, is it not, that we're not going to carry out any work for you unless you send us the account opening, or rather unless you comply with the conditions in the account opening agreement.
This email has two parts, if I may. The first part is there, we were asking for additional information related to the KYC. to fill up to open account for them. That's the first part. And you can see, please note that we send the documents and information, you are not willing to send anything more. All it's asking again, and then they seems that they're providing us documents, but we're asking for more additional documents. And they said you find it in DFSA and the IFC. We were surprised a little bit, like even Ahmadi was there, why they don't provide us the required documents. Then he said, please note that the registered licensed bank, and so we cannot be compared to your client. So they want us to treat them differently because they are bank and they are registered by the regulator. And companies are normally dealing with us. So this is the part where they're asking about opening the account.
Would you
make? Yes.
Let me finish, please.
And then he continues, make our account with you active and usable. And regarding your third time request for sending your account details with us, we state that you have to regular details and a special code for the testing session. This is talking about our account with them, that they have a special code and a special number for testing. So
would you accept, Mr. Al-Ali, that the tone of this email is quite robust, isn't it? Hopefully you understand.
Because I think they get irritated because we're asking for more information about their KYC.
Right. So yes, you would accept that they are irritated, and that comes out of the email, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Can I then ask you to turn to 8461, please?
8461.
This email is sent by Ms. Zavialova. It's the 21st of January at 11:51, about an hour later. You see that there?
Yeah.
And we hope this email finds you well. Please find attached no bank account details. Would you agree with me that in comparison with the last email, this is it's not an email that suggests irritation, but it's quite a pleasant email, isn't it?
See, this is after that email. Once, see, if you read the first email you referred to.
I agree, and that's what I said.
Just following up.
It's about an hour later, and it's not as unpleasant in tone, is it, as the first email that we've just been to? And Mr. Ahmadi is not copied in on this email, is he?
No. You can
so
see
the tone, the language is very different, is it not, from the first email of the day?
But that is two different people are sending the email. I mean, the first email was from Christian, and the second email was from Anastasia. And Anastasia is a very junior staff. She cannot, I would assume, she won't send similar email in a tone. That is one thing.
Your Honor, I don't see how the witness can testify to the tone emerging from emails of two different individuals.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't accept that interjection. You can carry on with your evidence, Mr. Al-Ali.
So
again, your explanation.
Yeah. So the first thing I said was like two different people. The second reason is these are a junior staff at the company, and will never send a similar level of tone in the email. And why she's not copying Mr. Ahmadi, that's their internal procedure. I have no idea why they don't. Now, the other thing also, and I go back to Mr. Thonar email, if you allow me. He was frustrated from our request of the documents that we need to open an account for them. Now, in the second part, if you see that 3-time request for sending your account details with us, we state that you have regular details and the special code for the testing session. And then that means that they will send it immediately. After that, like in less than, if you see the timing of the two emails, it's just hardly 1 hour. or a little bit more than an hour, the secretary send us the code of the testing. Now, the tone is like understood. This is a senior person, that is a junior babe. But that's my explanation to your question.
Mr. Al-Ali, Mr. Al-Ali, you've talked about testing session just then in your evidence, and we've already referred to the email one. Now, the second testing session was the sale of 2 Bitcoin, wasn't it?
Yes.
And if I can ask you to turn to section 9413, please.
Yes.
And that's a WhatsApp chat in which you are a participant, a group chat. And Mr. Saxena at 8:57 talks about TABARAK wanting to sell 2 Bitcoins and get the money to their bank account. You see that there?
Yeah.
Process. Mr. Saxena sets out the process. Sushan will share our BTC wallet address. TABARAK needs to transfer the BTC. We quote the price. The assigned team member from TABARAK needs to confirm the price. As soon as it is confirmed, we lock the price and wire the funds to TABARAK's US dollar account. Transaction cost 1% flat on the principal. You see that?
Yes.
So this was a process that was designed for the transaction by a member of the HUOBI team.
Yes.
And this was there's no reason, is there, why this process could not have been followed on the 3rd of February?
This is, I'm sorry, I'll just explain. This is here, in this case, we're treating TABARAK as our client. So TABARAK want to sell 2 Bitcoin. So now that is completely different than this.
The question was not what was happening, but my question was this. Mr. Saxena has designed a process for the sale of 2 Bitcoin. There is no reason, is there, whatsoever as to why this process that Mr. Saxena has designed could not have been implemented on the 3rd of February.
Well, I'm sorry, Ms. Ahmed. We are going over old ground. Fairly early on in your cross-examination yesterday, the witness explained and accepted that they had the wherewithal, the access to the necessary modalities, and they could have done the 3rd of February transaction themselves, but there were particular reasons why it was done on their case through TABARAK, because there was a failure of agreement between the 2 parties. One was insisting on money up front, and the other one was insisting on Bitcoin up front. Now, we've had all this, and I'm disappointed that we're going over it again when we're under severe time restraint.
I'll move on. In terms of the sale of 2 Bitcoin, it's right that Mr. Turner was selling this 2 Bitcoin in his own personal capacity, wasn't he?
TABARAK was selling the coins.
Can I ask you to turn to 26222?
26222.
These are wire details in relation to the transaction.
A second, please. 1 second. Yes.
These are wire details of the transaction, and can you see about 2/3 down the page where it talks about recipient information, additional information for recipient?
Yeah.
That refers to OCS TABARAK. OCS is Mr. Turner's company, isn't it?
I don't know. They gave us this reference number. We put it in the reference. I don't know if it is Christian company or not.
Can I ask you to turn to 8472, please? This is an email on the 22nd of January.
Yep.
At 10:54. Yes, you see that?
Yeah. Hmm.
And Mr. Ahmadi is copied into that email.
Yeah.
And this email was sent on the day of the test transactions, wasn't it?
Yes. 22nd January.
Yes. And it was sent 2 days after you signed the account opening agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And do you see there, in the second paragraph, you need to know that we are only on service for HUOBI and we are not trading anything. Now that's inconsistent, isn't it, with Mr. Turner telling you that this is a transaction, the sale of the 2 Bitcoin is a transaction on behalf of TABARAK.
See, now they're just saying if you're referring in the last paragraph.
No, I'm referring to the second paragraph.
Okay.
You need to know that we are only on service for HUOBI and we are not trading anything with you.
Okay.
So that's inconsistent, isn't it, with TABARAK selling the 2 Bitcoin?
That is Christian sending to Zolu, to HUOBI.
Yes, and you're copied into the email.
Yeah.
He also goes on to say, halfway down, we don't do for anything related to crypto. You see that there? Now, as far as you're concerned, that's inconsistent, isn't it?
See, now the TABARAK will open an account with us. Yes, that's what I said. Now, not for them to trade themselves. They will be trading for their clients. As I already mentioned that, why they want to open an account for them. It's not because they hold the crypto or they want to trade in the crypto. They have a client, investor who are interested in buying and selling crypto. So they'll give us the instruction. They will send us the cryptos and we will do conversion for them. Now, we know that it's not their direct. They're not the owner of the cryptos. They're not sending themselves, but they're trading on behalf of their clients. So that is why we open an account with them. Otherwise, why would they are interested to open an account with us?
But if you look halfway down the page, we don't do for anything related to crypto. That's inconsistent with your evidence, is it not?
That
about
is,
what you understood TABARAK wanted to do.
But that is, they don't deal with crypto as their, like at the bank, but not for their clients, I assume. I don't know if they're. I could understand it in a way that it says about as a TABARAK as a bank, not for their clients. I mean, so that is my understanding to this email. I'm sorry.
So you accept TABARAK itself doesn't deal with crypto?
I accept that they will open an account for their client to trade on behalf of their clients.
He then goes on to say at the bottom, the last penultimate paragraph, we are licensed and regulated bank located in DIFC, and this must be far more than enough for you crypto guys to have compliance issues done. We are dealing only with clients which are approved by our own compliance and AML department. Hopefully you finally understand banking rules and issues, license attached. Once more, please note and take this for final in capital letters.
Yeah, that is. Sorry, go ahead.
Number one, Mr. Turner is telling you, isn't he, that they will only deal with clients who are properly onboarded and who have been authorized and approved by their compliance and AML department.
I'll just explain now. This guy who's Christian sending, is the compliance team in our global, HUOBI Global. So this is all regarding opening account for TABARAK with HUOBI. We keep asking them for so many documents. Now he's getting upset because we're asking these documents. Now he's explaining here that he is only onboarding clients because we ask him for also for more compliant details about KYCC. If you think. Then he got upset because we're asking for KYCC. He said, we are a regulated company, we are a regulated bank, we have a reputation, we only onboard clients who've been approved by our compliance team. So you don't need to worry about that. And this is our final. So he's, in short, he's saying that you have to trust us, that we'll do our due diligence properly internally. So you don't have to worry and ask for our clients' detail.
What I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Al-Ali, that in the emails where we see Dr. Ahmadi copied in, what Mr. Turner is doing is actually following the company line. However, at other times, he does not. And in that context, can I take you to 8477, please? This is an email that he then writes to you at 11:04. So minutes after the first email that I've just taken you to. And what that says is we're here with confirm receipt of funds.
Yeah.
And so can you see how the two are inconsistent? The two messages, the two emails are inconsistent.
I don't see it inconsistent because, see now, if you read the title of the first email, request for KYC documents and information for HUOBI account TABARAK, to open a HUOBI account.
With TABARAK.
Now this is, TABARAK is opening with HUOBI, that's what I'm saying. Now, this is completely, I think, different. This is confirming the received fund in the testing session. Now, we're not talking in the first email about HUOBI account with TABARAK. We're talking about TABARAK account with HUOBI in this first email. The second email is talking about the test transaction, which been discussed earlier.
I'm going to suggest to you, Mr. Al-Ali, that in fact isn't correct. In the first email, he's talking about HUOBI's account with TABARAK and what needs to happen in order for that account to work.
Because this guy, the email address to is working for the compliance team in the HUOBI Global, and he was asking because there's requirement to onboard a corporate client. So he was asking for more documents, and you can refer to that for on the previous emails also, that talking about, you just referred it, I can't remember which page, but that email also, and with the same tone, talking about the same thing.
Can I, if you're still on 8477, can I take you to the email at the bottom of the chain?
Yeah.
This is an email sent by Mr. Saxena on the same day, 9:41. So that's the first email in the morning in these chain of emails. Saxena is saying, hello, Christian. Good news. We did the test transfer 27555, and that's by reference to the EMAR transaction. We will confirm next steps. So that's the first email of the day. The second email is the one at 8242, which is where we say Mr. Turner, having copied Dr. Ahmadi in, is saying what is necessary to open an account. The third email is at 8477, and I'm going to suggest to you that in the email that Mr. Ahmadi is copied in is completely inconsistent with the emails where Mr. Ahmadi is not copied in.
See, we don't look who is copied or who is not copied in the email. Now, we received the email from TABARAK. For us, who they put or internally among their, and like, for example, I'll send an email. I'll decide whom I'll put CC inside HUOBI or not. I cannot judge because he didn't include so-and-so, he meant something different. I mean, if you ask me why he didn't put, I say, you ask him, I don't know.
I'm going to suggest to you that the inconsistent positions adopted by Mr. Turner in these 3 emails should have raised alarm bells with you.
I don't see that, sorry.
Can I ask you to turn to 982? Yes, 982.
Yes.
These are WhatsApp messages from the 23rd of January. And they are about the deal with Mr. Morozov. If we go down 5 p.m, just for reference purposes, Mohit is saying, not sure what else he needs, but how will we get 1,000 coins in 3 days? And you say we will be able to do in 5 days. And then you say at 5:03, and this is page 983, once we start, then no problem, I can manage them. And Mr. Al-Ali, the reason why you say I can manage them, because it was you who was in charge of this deal and who was managing this deal.
I'm coordinating in this deal, yes.
Can I ask you to turn to 9369, please? These are email chats between you and Mr. Morozov on the 26th of January.
369, yes.
What did I say? I beg your pardon, I've been told I said email, WhatsApp chats rather.
Yeah.
And you and Mr. Evgeny are discussing the deal, aren't you?
Yes, in general, yes.
And can I ask you to turn to 9314, please?
9341.
314.
314, okay.
And this is your chat with Mr. Morozov on the 27th of January. Sorry, I beg your pardon, your chat with Rudolph about the...
No, 314?
Sorry, 304. And this is the discussion with Mr. Rudolph about the deal. Good morning, Sultan. Evgeny called me already. They are ready to do it in tranches. We need to meet also for the cloud solution and so forth. So that discussion about the deal with Rudolph was never communicated to TABARAK, was it?
No, Rudolph, no.
And 9369, please.
9369. Yeah. Going back to the Afghani?
Yes, these are your chats with Mr. Morozov on the 27th of January.
Yeah.
Hello, when can we meet for finalising all what we can do for now? Tomorrow at 11. Where? How about same place? Dubai Mall. Best for me, Medina Jumeirah, because I'll have their next meeting. Please, if you have the location, send it to me. So you were going to meet, weren't you, on the 28th of January, and that was to finalise the deal with the buyer at Medina Jumeirah.
Yes, we had a meeting on Medina Jumeirah, but not really talking about how to finalize the deal. We were discussing about like if everyone have completed his process with TABARAK, so the deal can be done.
And nobody from TABARAK attended that meeting, did they?
No, no.
Can I ask you to turn to paragraph 60 of your witness statement, please? 620. Can you see that paragraph there?
MENA Salam meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then around 28th of January, the buyer Rudolph and I had a third meeting in the Jumeirah MENA Salam Hotel. At this meeting, some of the remaining hurdles in respect of the deal from both parties' perspectives were discussed and overcome. Firstly, it was agreed that the total trade of 2,000 Bitcoin be split into smaller quantities.
Yep.
3 lines down, HUOBI's internal security policy allowed this to be done for only up to 400 Bitcoin at a time,
Yep.
meaning that larger trades had to be split up into smaller transactions conducted over a longer period of time.
Yep.
Second, the buyer told me that the money for the transaction would be here in Dubai and not coming from overseas, which made the transaction easier but made setting up an account with TABARAK a more urgent and pressing task. The reason for this was that the buyer could not send money overseas and could only send it locally. Thirdly, we made it clear that we would not send the coins unless paid, to which the buyer agreed. So your evidence just then where you say that you weren't discussing the terms of the deal is in fact incorrect, isn't it? It's wrong.
We're discussing about opening here still in the same statement. I mentioned also that about process of opening the account with TABARAK to be completed.
In your paragraph 60, and I'm looking about 2/3 of the way down, where you say, second, the buyer told me that the money for the transaction would be here in Dubai and not coming from overseas, which made the transaction easier, but made setting up an account with TABARAK a more urgent and pressing task. You see that there?
Yeah, yeah.
So what the buyer is saying to you, that the money would be here in Dubai, not that it was in Dubai.
It would be here on the day of transaction, yeah, with the deal.
And what he's also saying to you, is he not? And representing to you that the money is in fact not with TABARAK, which is why you say made setting up an account with TABARAK a more urgent and pressing task.
They already have an account with TABARAK. It's for us. I'm talking about us, like as a HUOBI.
Mr. Al-Ali, that's not answering the question. Please, can you answer the question? And I'll put it to you again.
Yes, please.
What he is representing to you, that the money is not in fact with TABARAK, and therefore you say that made setting up an account with TABARAK a more urgent and pressing task, so you can get that money into TABARAK's account.
Yes, opening with TABARAK account, yeah.
And on the 28th of January 2020, you accept, don't you, that the reason why you say but made setting up an account with TABARAK a more urgent and pressing task, because by that time, none of the condition precedents under the account opening agreement had been complied with.
I'm talking about the addendum. We have not finished agreeing on what kind of the fees and how much are the charges.
So are you accepting that none of the conditions...
But we signed the main agreement.
Are you accepting?
Which
sorry, I beg your pardon, I'm sorry.
So we signed the first agreement. The only thing which we didn't sign is the addendum, which include the charges. And the way our main objection was the percentage of the fees on that, which we discussed later with them.
And thirdly, at the bottom of that paragraph, we made it clear that we will not send the coins unless paid, to which the buyer agreed. So that was a condition that you imposed between you and the buyer.
To TABARAK means here.
But TABARAK was not at the meeting.
No, I mean to be paid to TABARAK.
Right, but that was an agreement that you reached with the buyer.
If he can bear to us, then why we go to the whole hassle again? I'm just keep repeating the same thing. When I mean here, what I mean here is to pay to Tabarak. So once the money received by Tabarak, the coins will be transferred. If he can send to us the money, then why we had all this?
And in your case, even if there was an agreement in the sort that you describe, which we say did not exist, then that was, any agreement that you say did exist was limited to ensuring that the money, if reached Tabarak's account, did not transfer to the buyer unless the Bitcoins, or rather, unless there was proof that the money was with Tabarak. I think I'm going to rephrase
That's
the other way around.
It's yeah, very confusing.
No, that's fine. I accept that. Let me rephrase the question.
Yes.
It's your case, isn't it, that there was an agreement that Tabarak would have the money in its account?
Is that the question? Or
yes, I'm putting it in shorter questions.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
That's your case, isn't it?
Sorry, now, did you ask the question, or you still need to add something to it? Is that your?
Let me ask the question again.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the last sentence of your paragraph. We made it clear that we would not send the coins unless paid, to which the buyer agreed. You see that there?
Yes.
And it's your case that it was Tabarak's responsibility that Morozov would not get paid unless Tabarak had money in its account.
Morozov would not receive the Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Not that he get paid. Yeah.
Yes. Unless the Morozov will not receive the coins unless Tabarak is being paid.
And therefore, unless Tabarak had money in its account, you would not transfer the Bitcoin.
To whom?
To Morozov.
We have nothing direct with Morozov. I keep saying again, the deal will be, that's why we're using Tabarak. So we normally, what we'll have a custodian as Tabarak. So once the money is with Tabarak, we will send the coins to Tabarak. Then Tabarak will pay to Morozov and then pay us the money.
Mr. Ali, I'm going to suggest to you that you're not in fact answering the question.
I'm not, we're not, no, I'm answering the question. I'm not going to send.
Now, just taking your evidence, you've just said, so once the money is with Tabarak, we will send the coins to Tabarak. But the money wasn't with Tabarak, was it?
You mean when the deal happens?
You sent the coins before even checking whether or not the money was with Tabarak, didn't you?
No, we checked. They said it is on the way, and then you can like send the coins now. And we had a trust with like Tabarak will be safe, that if they didn't receive the money, they will give us back the coins.
But on
we have
the
no
way,
issues.
But on the way is not Tabarak having money in their account, is it?
Tabarak told us, he called Khan even during the meeting and checked with him. Said as soon as we receive the money, let us know.
Yes, but on the way is not Tabarak having money in their account, and you knew that when you transferred the 300 Bitcoin to Morozov, didn't you?
Yes.
My lord, it's time for our break.
Yes.
I'm afraid.
No, that's of course. This is it a 15-minute or a 30-minute? What are we?
This will be 15 minutes. The first one, please.
15. Well, yes, certainly. We'll take a break just before we do. One moment. Some idea of how much longer, Ms. Ahmed, after the break, please?
I managed to.
Getting towards the end, about 20 minutes or so.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm not going to let you go on beyond 20 minutes. This has got to be completed within 20 minutes, and if at all possible, before. Now, I think it's about 3 minutes before the hour, and so we will resume at about 13 minutes past the hour.
Thank you, my lord.
Probably just before a quarter past. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, I take it we are all reassembled, and on that basis, I invite Ms. Ahmad, to carry on.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Mr. Ali, can I ask you to turn up 8484, please? This is the first page in a chain of emails. The email chain starts from 8486.
Yes.
Now, these are email chains. Rather, the first one is 26th of January at 9:47 p.m. You see that there? From Christian Turner, you are copied in, as is Dr. Ahmadi. This is in relation to the EMAR test.
Just a second, like, you mean from page 486?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
This is in relation to the first EMAR test transaction. Can I ask you to turn to where I beg your pardon, Mr. Turner says, we do have a confirmed transfer order from our client HUOBI. Please execute by earliest tomorrow morning. Thank you and best regards from Russia. If we go then to the previous page, 8485, Dr. Ahmadi writes, on the following day in the morning, hi Christian, I believe HUOBI is not a client yet, and I'm wondering how it's providing services without becoming a client. And I'm going to suggest to you that at that point, HUOBI wasn't a client because, I beg your pardon, a client, because there had been no compliance with the due diligence process and no payment and no letter of intent agreed.
Sorry, are you asking me or?
Yes, I'm saying to you that HUOBI was not a client because it had not satisfied the due diligence and compliance process. There had been no payment of the non-refundable fee and no letter of intent had been agreed.
You want me to comment now on Mr. Ahmadi email, internal email to Christian?
What you're being asked, your attention has been drawn to this email, and we see the position that's being adopted by Dr. Ahmadi. Yeah. And what you're really being asked is, well, do you agree with what Dr. Ahmadi says when he says that HUOBI is not a client yet, as of the 27th of January?
See, there is nothing communicated as such to us. For us, they ask us to sign the agreement. They ask us to provide documents for the KYC, and they ask us for the fees, which we had discussed with them afterward. Now, for us, all this should qualify us to be a client of TABARAK.
I understand. That's your positions. You differ from the assertion that's made in this email, which wasn't sent to you. It was sent by Dr. Ahmadi, and we see who the recipients were, in particular, Mr. Turner. Yes, next question.
Thank you. And then the next email in the chain is 8485. I don't need to take you to that. You're right, you weren't copied into that email. And the first email then is in the chain 8484. And I'd invite you to read that email, please. It's from Dr. Ahmadi to Mr. Turner. And I appreciate you're not copied in, but please, if you could familiarise yourself with the contents of that email.
Yeah.
Can I then invite you to turn up section 9416, please?
Section 9416. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that is a message from Christian Turner. It's part of the TABARAK group message, isn't it? And you're a participant in that WhatsApp chat.
Yes.
And what he says on the 28th is, "Dear all, I have to apologise in the name of TABARAK. Dr. Ahmadi is complaining regarding account opening fees, and I am back from Russia by tomorrow. I think that TABARAK is not the partner you are looking for. Transfer will be done as agreed within testing session, and then account will be closed under title, test failed. I again have to say sorry."
Yes, I remember this message, yes.
And Mr. Al-Ali, therefore, you are on notice, aren't you, that Christian Turner is telling you that Dr. Ahmadi does not want to proceed with you in any transaction unless you become a client?
We spoke to Christian after that email, and he explained to us all this because of the account opening fees is not paid. After several discussions, we said, if you see my email after that, it's messages to them saying that we need to pay it now. And then I explained also in my last witness statement that we're not denying paying the accounting opening fees. When we were deciding to pay, the first deal will happen the next day. So there wasn't sufficient time to do a wire transfer from US to TABARAK.
This is in your witness statement. If I can just perhaps put the question.
Yeah.
Can I ask you to turn to 9239, please?
9239.
Before I ask you a question, it's right, isn't it, that you said that you knew Dr. Ahmadi, but you never picked up the phone to Dr. Ahmadi, did you, yourself, and to ask him what's going on?
Because we are like, there's one person who's communicating with us directly. And why do I need to bypass him? If he can solve the problem, it's done. Now, I call Ahmadi if there's really a crucial issue. Now, if it was because what Christian explained to us, it's only the account opening fees, which I understand. I mean, if he's not happy because we didn't pay the account opening fees, I mean, he's right. We are agreeing to pay. We are not saying we are not paying. And we have already started the process. The only thing, there was not sufficient fund. So I don't really need to call him just because of, he said that's not accounting, is not, the accounting fee is not being paid.
And do you accept that there was never any waiver of the account opening fee?
Can you say it again, please?
Do you accept that there was never any waiver of the account opening fee?
There was no waiver, no.
And if you turn to H2...
Sorry, if you could just explain the term, use English rather than plain English rather than legal terms.
Mr. Al-Ali, did you understand when I said waiver because you responded to the question?
Waiver, that means we should not pay the account opening fees. That's what I understand.
Yes, and not comply with the terms of the agreement to pay the account opening fee.
Account opening fees is the amount. Yes, I tried to call them and ask them if they can reduce it or waive it. They said no. You have to pay that amount.
Well, the witness clearly understands the expression waiver, fortunately. So
thank you.
On you go.
And you understood, didn't you, that Dr. Ahmadi was insisting on payment of the account opening fee, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's based on the email and the message from Christian, and even afterward discussion with Christian.
And therefore, sorry, can I take you to 8267, please, which is the invoice for the account opening fee? You had that invoice, didn't you? But yet
Yeah.
that fee was never paid, was it?
Sorry, again, the reference is not
Excuse me,
right.
I'm looking at page 267, and it's I can't believe it. I'm looking at an invoice.
Yeah, that's messages, WhatsApp messages.
Can you give us?
I beg your pardon. So the references, because I had an earlier bundle, my lordship, and my references are therefore quite confused because the earlier bundle got changed 4 days later.
Okay.
I think it's 26267. Let's try that one.
20, okay, 26,
6267.
Okay, let's see.
My apologies, I didn't.
No,
correct
don't worry
that.
about it. Don't worry. Yeah, here we are. Here's the invoice.
So you had
Yes.
the invoice, but yet you did not pay it.
Yes. We received the invoice, yes.
What time do you say the Bitcoins were transferred to the wallet on the 3rd of February, to Morozov's wallet on the 3rd of February?
To Tabarak, the wallet was sent to us by Tabarak.
No, the question is, what time on the 3rd of February did you transfer the Bitcoins to Morozov's wallet?
It is Tabarak, they gave us the wallet number. I don't see now. If you want the time, I'll give you the time, but I don't agree that you're saying it is Morodov, the buyer wallet.
Sorry, but you've accepted in your witness evidence that it was the buyer who brought the wallet. Are you changing that now?
No, I'm not changing. I'm not changing. Sorry, I'm not changing. Now, that wallet was new and never been used. Now, Tabarak set up the wallet and they send us, this is the wallet you need to send to us. Now, for us,
Right.
now they're using the buyer wallet or they're using their own wallet. That is really, for us, it's like we're sending to them. They say, this is the account number you need to send to for the Bitcoin to complete the process. We send to them. Now, if they're using the buyer wallet and they're directly sending it to them, that is their, they have to answer that question.
Well, let's take this in stages, shall we? Can we go to your witness statement, please, at 6:22?
Six
22.
22. Yeah, got it.
Paragraph 68, Tabarak agreed to host us in their office and we were happy to accept. The reason why Tabarak agreed to host you in their office and only host you in the office, because at that point in time...
Sorry, which paragraph you're referring to?
Paragraph 68.
Okay.
Because at that point in time, you accept that the fee had not been paid. Furthermore, you had not complied with the due diligence process.
We have not paid the fees, yes, up to that time on 30th of February, but we comply with all their requirement. Now, is that all what they require or not? Never been communicated to us.
Can I ask you to turn to 8490, please?
490. Okay.
That is an email from Ms. Zaviolova to HUOBI. As per the request of Shantanu, kindly find below required documents in order to open an account at TABARAK. So that's a request for all the documents required for the due diligence process, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I'm going to suggest to you that number 5 on that list had not been provided. If you don't know, you say you don't know.
I don't know. I assume everything is being provided.
I'm going to suggest to you that points 6 to 7 had never been provided to TABARAK.
I don't know.
And therefore, there was no compliance with the terms of the account opening agreement as far as due diligence and compliance was concerned. That's correct, isn't it?
I said I don't know if all these been provided or not. Need to.
And that's why TABARAK's role on the 3rd of February was simply limited to hosting you in their office.
That is what you say, but for us, we had a meeting with the CEO in the same room. The CEO was there. The director of investment was there. We have been communicating messages and about being a client of theirs. And then we have done test transaction. They knew about the nature of the transaction. They knew everything. We have tried once, the buyer did not come. We came again on the other day. We have explained to the CEO in the meeting what is going to happen and how we're going to pay the director the account opening fees and what is their share and percentage. No objection. Nobody was disagreed. In fact, after the transaction happened, everybody was happy. Now, if the brand of this happened, then will they distribute anything of these? They will be happy to proceed. Now, because they failed to keep the coin safe.
Mr. Al-Ali,
Yeah.
Can we move on to the question that I'd like to ask, please? And if you could perhaps just limit your answer to that. If I can turn to paragraph 69, please, of your witness statement.
Which page, please?
622.
Okay.
Do you have that there?
Yep.
And you say that, as far as you're aware, Mr. Saxena, overseeing the transaction, was not providing any. Sorry, I'm aware. Sorry, there was no discussion prior to or at the meeting, which I'm aware of, about Mr. Saxena overseeing the transaction or providing any technical support. But he had the ability and the skill and the qualification to provide that technical support, didn't he?
He has the ability and then the technical. Well, I wouldn't say the technical, the basic technical, yes. Like he cannot do very advanced in technical. Technical, we mean here is like in a business concept.
Paragraph 70, as to the TABARAK's role and reason for attending the meeting, I understood that it would hold the buyer's money and release it to us when we sent the BTC. Now, at that point in time, you knew that TABARAK did not hold monies from the buyer, didn't you?
Yes.
And therefore, TABARAK could not have held the money and or released it.
I answer that they don't.
Can I move to paragraph 71 of the witness statement, please? You say that Mr. Turner attended the meeting with the TABARAK wallet as he had said he would and as we had therefore expected. The wallet that Mr. Turner brought was already set as ready for use. I understand that the transaction would be executed through HUOBI transferring the BTC to the TABARAK wallet for custody, and it would then be transferred to the buyer's wallet upon receipt of the funds from the buyer. The buyer, however, attended the meeting with 2 Trezor branded wallets and requested that his own wallet be used instead, citing security reasons for wanting to do so. So you knew at that point in time that the buyer had attended the meeting with his own wallet.
Yes, he came with the 2 wallets, yeah.
And I'm going to suggest to you that you would have appreciated the risks of the buyer using his own wallet.
See, now, when we say the wallet is a new packed. Now it is a device. Now he doesn't know what is the number. He doesn't know anything about wallet. It's just a box and it has a small device. The person who set up that wallet, he has all access to that wallet. Now, like people are giving gift. This wallet, like sometimes they're being given as gift. Doesn't mean that.
No, go on, please. Go on, Mr. Al-Ali.
So these are like packed, so nobody, and sealed. So nobody really can tamper with it unless he opens the seal and use the wallet. And the person who set it up first time, he has access to it. Like we give corporate gifts to many customers, similar kind of wallets. That doesn't mean that I'll be able to access them as soon as they put coins in them. I'll access them. I cannot. Nobody can, except the person who set it up. So it doesn't really have any risk if it is a box and sealed.
The question was, Mr. Al-Ali, is that you would have appreciated that there was a risk with using the wallet that the buyer had brought to the meeting.
No, there's no risk of using a sealed, closed wallet.
You would also appreciate that there was a risk with the buyer having any sort of access to the wallet.
If he has access to the wallet, yes, there'll be a risk.
So you understood that?
Yeah, I mean, risk for TABARAK will be.
You understood that there was a risk that if he had physical access to the wallet, that he would have access to the Bitcoin on the blockchain.
Yes, but you see, he's making the point, from his point of view, that the risk is a risk that TABARAK would bear on his case, on his evidence as to what was happening at this meeting. He's accepting there is a potential risk. The question is, what was his understanding as to who bore the risk? And his evidence is, well, that was a TABARAK risk. Have I got it right, Mr. Al-Ali?
Yes, yes, absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
On the 2nd of February, it's right, isn't it, that you had a meeting with the buyer and Rudolph to finalize the process?
We will follow the TABARAK process. I mean, the process is like, you mean which day that? It's which meeting, if you can remind me on which meeting that MENA Arab you're referring to?
Can I ask you to turn to 996, please?
Yes, 996.
There's a WhatsApp message there, chain, between you and Mohit Davar. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And you're talking about Shantanu, and that you will have a Davar is talking about Shantanu, saying that he will have a frank discussion with him. You see that there? And Mohit is saying at 8:06, that's ridiculous. He doesn't see anything wrong with the process. And the reason why Mr. Davar is saying that is because it was in fact Mr. Saxena who designed the process by which the intended sale and purchase transaction was to take place on the 3rd of February.
How do you came to that conclusion? I don't know really. I'm just saying that because there are so many processes could be on trying why.
Is this at a point when it's been discovered that the Bitcoin have gone?
This is the day before.
It's the day before, yes, sorry, I should have checked the date, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm just trying to see the sequence of the discussion because it's not all, everything we discuss is around TABARAK and the deal. We have some other things I need to really check.
Well, can I ask you then in that case to turn to 9305, please?
9305.
These are discussions between you and Rudolph the day before the transaction.
Can I ask whoever is typing to turn off their microphones, because that's all I can hear is somebody's keypad going and no audio, I'm afraid.
Yes, certainly. Whoever it is, I'm sure will comply.
Thank you, my lord.
Hi, Sultan, at 7:23. Rudolph, hi, Sultan, you finished the meeting. When can we meet? Yes, just finished the meeting. Where would you like to meet? Yes, we also need Evgeny to do that. We can start finally. I'm at the chocolate bar. I'm on the way. So you and Rudolph and Evgeny were meeting, Mr. Morozov were meeting the day before the transaction to discuss and finalize the deal on the 3rd of February.
Discussing about, like, there are many aspects in the deal. There are, like, they want 2,000. We could not provide them 2,000 at one shot. So we were agreeing with them to split it on, like, partial payments. And by that time, the process already been sent by TABARAK to us. And that's the process which everybody will have to follow during the transaction. And we did not change. I mean, then we didn't change from there, unless be advised by TABARAK. Unless they said anything else to us, we will follow.
There was an attempt, wasn't there?
Attempt of?
Sorry, there was an attempt, wasn't there, on the 30th of January to first execute this transaction?
Yes,
wasn't
yes, there was.
Can I ask you? Beg your pardon.
Yeah. There were where we specify the first day of deal was 30th of January.
Can I ask you to turn to 9316, please?
So 10 pages.
This is a HUOBI MENA group WhatsApp chat,
Yep.
And you're part of it, aren't you?
Yes.
And at 12:02, Mr. Sushant Naha.
Again, I'd like to. The timing is not correct. This is a
fine.
UK timing.
Yes, no, but I'm only referring to the time for the purposes of referring to the document.
Yeah,
it's
so,
not relevant.
Okay.
So 9316. If you look at the entry at 2:12, this is the 29th of January, and this is the day before the attempted transaction on the 30th of January.
Yeah.
And Mr. Sushant Nahak, he was at the meeting on the 3rd of February, the day of the transaction, wasn't he?
Yes.
And Sushant is saying, have designed the process for the trade. Kindly check and let me know if any corrections need to be made. And the trade that he's talking about is the trade, the intended sale and purchase of Bitcoin between you and Mr. Morozov, isn't he?
I can't remember. I need to see the process. Because it's nothing here. Maybe it could be the attachment.
If you go down the page at 2:24, again, nothing rests on the time, it's just for reference. Mohit says, there are so many steps missing in your process, also timing. I don't see how you get 200 Bitcoin to TABARAK in one go tomorrow. And then Sushant replies at 2:27, so once I quote TABARAK and they confirm the price, same moment I will block rates with JT, will settle funds for 100 coins, and in 10 to 15 minutes will transfer.
Oh, yes. This is talking about. Yeah, sorry. Are you done, or should I answer?
Well, you wanted to tell us what it was talking about. So
yeah. See, this is the internal process. There's when we are using our own coins, which we don't normally use. So to avoid any kind of fluctuation risk, there is a process we have to do internally. Now, when we send, like, when we buy crypto, let's talk about any other currency, so to make it easier to understand. Buying pound, like, against dirham, So normally we do a covering for that. So at the time when I go and buy again, I don't lose. So the plan is when we give them the quote for Bitcoin, we should also again buy the Bitcoin at the same price, looking at the time difference between the selling it to the buyer and the time we buy again to cover our stock again. So that is the process we mean here internally. And Mohit here commenting, Enigma and Kraken, these are the liquidator. We use them to buy and sell Bitcoins.
If we go down, sorry, have you finished, Mr. Al-Ali?
Yes, yes, yes.
If you go down this chain at 2:33 p.m., Mohit responds, no, won't work like this. First, you need to sell the USDT tomorrow, let's say to one of the providers. When will you get funds into our Silvergate account? Tomorrow. Once you have funds, you take a deal with JT, then you agree the rate with TABARAK. Once agreed,
Yep.
you settle funds to JT and assume they have an account with Silvergate also. They then move BTC to our wallet, and then you move to 200 coins to TABARAK. TABARAK moves the money into our account with them, and then straight to Silvergate.
Yes. This is
So
the process of covering the position.
So it was always a condition of the deal, wasn't it, that TABARAK's wallet would be used?
We refer to it as a TABARAK because TABARAK will give us the wallet, the account number. Now, is it TABARAK using their own wallet? They have a different wallet. I don't know how many wallets. They told us they have a wallet one. But then for me, as like whatever the bank will tell me, send to so-and-so account, I'll do that.
And it was always a condition, wasn't it, that the Bitcoin would only be transferred on receipt of money in TABARAK's account.
Once TABARAK received the money, yes.
And on the day, money was not in, and you were aware of that, and therefore you ought not to have transferred the Bitcoin.
Yeah, because TABARAK said it's safe to do so.
I'm going to suggest to you that TABARAK didn't say that.
Yeah, we were there and with Mr. Christian and told us now that the wallet is ready and you can send the fund to the Bitcoin.
Ms. Ahmad, I've been fairly generous and indulgent. You've got to conclude this cross-examination by 10 minutes to the hour.
I'm going to put in a couple of questions and then I'm done.
Yes, all right, good, thank you very much.
And so, Mr. Al-Ali, you had knowledge, didn't you, that the money hadn't been received by TABARAK?
Yeah, they informed us it's not yet, but it is on the way.
So it doesn't matter really what Mr. Turner said because you had knowledge that there was no money in TABARAK's account.
Not yet, no.
And can I ask you to turn to page section 2. (46). Paragraph 2. This has been filed on your behalf, and at the bottom it says it is further admitted that the buyer is at fault for the loss and damage suffered by the claimant.
47, I mean.
247 is the page reference number.
Yeah.
Paragraph 2 of this pleading.
That's point number 1.
2.1.
Yeah.
It is further admitted that the buyer is at fault for the loss and damage suffered by the claimant. So you accept, don't you, that it's the buyer's fault for the loss and damage suffered by you?
Well, don't you have to say, is what you're trying to put to the witness that is the one and only, that is the one and only party who is at fault. We know perfectly well that the buyer is clearly in breach, at least on the, it seems to be common ground. But we know that the claim is not brought against the client, it's brought against TABARAK and Mr. Turner. So where are we going with this?
Well, why have you not brought a claim against the buyer?
We started the claim in the local criminal case. We opened a file in the criminal case at local mainland. The only thing we have just, and then we've taken advice from multiple lawyers, and even the court, they said you have either to go with DIFC for a civil court, for a civil case.
Mr. Al-Ali,
Yeah.
You're not required to explain
Okay.
what advice you've been given.
Okay.
You don't need to waive necessarily to waive privilege on that.
When you say the complaint has been administratively withdrawn, that's the criminal complaint against the buyer, isn't it? You've withdrawn that.
The criminal case against everyone, and then we included, I think, every TABARAK and the Afghani, the buyer.
You've withdrawn that.
We withdrawn that, yes. I can.
And therefore, the reason why you're pursuing TABARAK is because you think they've got insurance and they've got deeper pockets.
Well, this is an entirely irrelevant question to what I have to decide in this case. It's either a good case or it's not on the merits and on the evidence, and whether this is deep pocket litigation or not is entirely beside the point.
I understand. I'm just going to check my notes if there's any further questions.
Yes, certainly.
Your Lordship, thank you for your indulgence. I do have one last question, and it's
Yes.
the last question.
Yes, you catch me in a generous mood if it's the last question.
Thank you. It's right, isn't it, that you're aware that there was an Interpol notice against Mr. Morozov for fraud?
Yes, there was an Interpol, but it wasn't him.
And there is no evidence that you say you investigated whether or not, in fact, it was him.
It wasn't him because we know that TABARAK already have an account with him. They would have realized already. They open an account for him. They would have known.
So are you saying that you ignored the Interpol notice?
No, we didn't ignore it. It's not like 100% accurate. Now you have to rely on TABARAK. They keep saying they rely on us on due diligence, and we relied on them. So TABARAK have maybe better compliance than us.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Thank
Right.
you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Ahmed. Now, I think we should have a short break so that the witness has a break, say, of 5 minutes, and those who are going to be cross-examining the witness on behalf of the second defendant can get themselves right in the starting blocks, and then we'll proceed. So at 3 minutes to 12, I will ask the counsel for the second defendant to start the cross-examination, but we'll take a 5-minute break. Right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Is up. Now, which of the two counsel is going to be conducting this cross-examination? Is it Mr. Kotick or Mr. Matu?
It will be me, Mr. Kotick, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
Right, thank you. Well, then do proceed.
Mr. Al-Ali, my name is Brian Kotick. I'm counsel for the second defendant, Mr. Christian Turner. I appreciate you've been under oath and in cross-examination for a while, so we appreciate your patience, and I just need to take you through a few more things to clarify. I know we've been jumbling around with evidence, so I've tried to make it easier for you by putting all of the evidence into one packet that I believe has been printed for you and has been added to the trial bundle section 25, note 6.
Yes.
So for those that don't have the printout, it's also available electronically. Now, throughout the examination, I'll be providing both references. So I'll be providing the original trial bundle references, but also a reference to this document. It's just for just hopefully we can make things a bit more efficient.
Thank you.
Can you give me the bundle reference for your document, please, Mr.
Yes, it starts at 2515.
2515. 2515. It has a heading Sultan bin Qasim al-Ali. And
the heading is reference documents for the examination.
Yes, I see. These are the documents you're going to be putting in the course of your cross.
For the most part, there have been a few that have surfaced since the trial started.
Yes, very good. Right.
And Mr. Al-Ali, I'll also ask you to have your witness statements available because it will go to the first question I have for you. It's your fourth witness statement. It's reference 7-8. And this is paragraph 30.
7-8. Paragraph 30.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'll just read this for you. Given that Mr. Ahmadi was also plainly aware of Mr. Turner's activity and the transaction, I do not see how TABARAK is now trying to claim that it is not responsible for Mr. Turner's actions. Whether or not TABARAK actually gave Mr. Turner permission is not HUOBI's concern. At all relevant times, Mr. Turner was held out as and believed by myself and HUOBI to be TABARAK's employee, acting in such official capacity and acting as authorized to do so. Have I read that correctly, Mr. Al-Ali?
Yes.
And you came to this conclusion based on several instances. First instance being that he always sent emails to you with his TABARAK account, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And it was from the TABARAK domain name, which means he was using the TABARAK's IT system, correct?
Yes.
And in his signature block, it said Director of Investment in his signature block.
Yes.
And you helpfully pointed out to us yesterday that even the Arabic meaning on the right of his name, Director, also could mean Director, isn't that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Ms. Ahmed in her examination pointed to the fact that Mr. Turner was not listed on the company as a board of director. And this is not in the bundle that I have made for you because it came out in examination. So I refer you quickly to 8447. This is the website of TABARAK.
Yes. Got it here.
And as you see here, and I'm just going to ask you to confirm, there is an operation director, Ms. Somaye Fuladi, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And there's also a finance director, Mr. Abdul Qadir Khan.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a director of compliance, Mr. Aziz Malik.
Yeah.
So you agree with me that other than Mr. Turner, there were other people with the name of director that are not listed on the company's registration document.
Yes. Yes.
And you also state in your second witness statement that Mr. Turner had the authority to enter an agreement on behalf of TABARAK with HUOBI. Is that correct?
Can you refer me to where exactly in the 30, same?
It's your second witness statement, paragraph 37.
This is fourth, second.
And it's midway through, I would say, the sixth line down, starting with contrary. It's the middle of a sentence. In any
I'm
event,
so sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Cody. Is this in fact his fourth witness statement, the second statement in the trial, or is it his real second statement, if you see what I mean?
I do. It is his second statement, but it is numbered 4th because he had submitted other statements.
If you give us the page number on the reference, it will be much easier. If you
711.
Okay, so and then it's in the paragraph
37, and it's midway down, and in any event, in the absence of any indication to the contrary, will be accepted that Mr. Turner did have such authority to sign agreements on Tabarak's behalf.
Yeah.
Okay. And just to continue about your perception of his authority, in the asset management agreement that was eventually signed by Mr. Turner and HUOBI, that agreement bore a company seal, did it not?
Yes.
And that led you to believe that even if Mr. Turner had signed individually, that it had been approved by Tabarak, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you stated in your examination near the end of Ms. Ahmed's cross-examination that Dr. Ahmadi was clearly aware of Mr. Turner's activities in Tabarak and the transaction.
Yes.
And I just want to bring you to a few emails concerning how Dr. Ahmadi would have been aware, or another director aside from Mr. Turner. I'll first refer you, and here I'm going to my, as promised, my reference documents, 25, it starts at 2515, but I'll direct you to 2566. Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. And in this email, it's actually, I refer you to the email that has been forwarded, which is from Christian Turner to Shantanu and yourself. And if we go down in the CCs, you have Dr. Ahmadi and Abdul Qadir Khan, which we've indicated was the finance director.
Yes.
And in this email from Mr. Turner, it says, as requested and discussed and mutually agreed, we herewith sending the new wallet address for HUOBI Evgeny Digital Asset Service. Please use from on today, always only this wallet. So you see that Dr. Ahmadi was copied to this email, is that correct?
Yes.
And then if I refer you a few pages earlier to page, to 2565, the page before. This is an email from the 19th of January from Mr. Turner to yourself and Mr. Saxena. Oh, sorry, yourself, Mr. Saxena, and the buyer, with the CC of Dr. Ahmadi and Abdul Qadir Khan, the finance director. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this, as you can recall, is the third deal structure for the transaction. Yes. Isn't that correct? Okay. And now to speak more generally, Dr. Ahmadi never intervened or tried to stop any of the trial transactions. Is that correct?
I mean, to us, to HUOBI, do you mean?
To HUOBI, yes.
Yeah, he never communicated any objection on.
By trial transactions, you mean the test transaction?
Sorry, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, fine, thank you.
And on the date of 3rd of February, the date of the transaction, Dr. Ahmadi was present on that day, wasn't he?
Yeah, when they start the meeting. Yeah, at the start of the meeting. Yeah. Sorry.
At the start of the meeting, correct. And he never objected to the transaction at that time, did he?
No.
Okay. And in fact, when he was in the meeting on the 3rd of February, before he left, he discussed the terms of the account opening fee at that time, didn't he?
Yes.
And when Mr. Turner was sending you account details, these were always Tabarak accounts, weren't they?
Yes, the bank account, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
Yes, it's Tabarak bank account.
And so any sales would have been paid into Tabarak's bank account and not to Mr. Turner's, is that correct?
No, yes.
And as part of this due diligence process that you had to become a client of TABARAK. Oh, sorry, reverse. For TABARAK to become a client of HUOBI, Mr. Turner supplied a significant amount of documentation to HUOBI. Is that correct?
Yes, yes,
And part of that was a copy of Dr. Ahmadi's passport. Is that correct?
yes, yeah.
And in all of your dealings with Mr. Turner, you stated that you had never heard him mention OCS International FZE.
No, it's always Tabarak.
Right. And Ms. Ahmed referred you, and I don't need to refer you again to, but for the record, at 26-222, a wire reference where she said the recipient was OSC Tabarak.
Again, the reference again, please.
Sorry, 26-222.
That's our wire transfer.
Exactly. And the recipient, Ms. Ahmed took you to was to OCS Tabarak. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
But that recipient bank is actually Tabarak's bank, isn't it?
Yes. It's gone to the Tabarak banks, but I keep mentioning that they provide us the reference number and we send it to them.
Exactly. Now, had you ever seen or been provided with any policies or procedures from Tabarak saying that they did not want to engage in any activity related to cryptocurrency?
I lost you in between. There was some
That's fine.
voice problem.
Did Tabarak, I'll rephrase, did Tabarak ever mention that they were prohibited from working on behalf of clients in relation to cryptocurrency?
No, they were actually the other way around.
Exactly. Thank you. And as a prudent CEO, as you are, you say that if there was a problem with Mr. Turner's activities, then Dr. Ahmadi should have taken the appropriate steps to mitigate any risk for Tabarak. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Tabarak has not disclosed to you any reporting to the DFSA regarding Mr. Turner's activities, have they?
No, they never communicated anything like this with us.
So they haven't disclosed any correspondence or any reports or anything against Mr. Turner for these activities?
No. As far as I know, nothing from this came to my knowledge.
And at no point before this case did Dr. Ahmadi contact you to distance Tabarak from Mr. Turner, did he?
No.
Okay, now I just want to take you back to this 16th December meeting. So you state in your witness statement that Rudolph first put you in touch with Tabarak after you met Mr. Morzov at the Dubai Mall.
Yes. Do you know the reference, please, to?
Sure, this is your fifth witness statement, so the reference would be 27. Paragraph. Sorry, these references have changed as well.
2740.
Sorry, hold on 1 second.
No problem.
Yes, paragraph 5. I had that right. So it'll be 2739. So you write in this, and this is a correction from your first statement. I explained that I first met Rudolph in around February 2019, and Rudolph mentioned the buyer to me in a telephone call. Is that right?
Yes.
And I met the buyer and Rudolph together at a meeting in early December 2019 in the Dubai Mall.
Yep.
And you said that Rudolph put me in contact with Tabarak.
Yes.
And they gave you Mr. Turner's phone number at that time.
Yeah.
But you did not contact Mr. Turner directly, did you?
No, and the first time I didn't, because we didn't have the need at that time for.
The first time you met Mr. Turner was on at the Tabarak's offices at 16 December 2019.
Yes, yes.
Did you talk to Dr. Ahmadi before that?
See, I was there with the, no, I didn't talk to Ahmadi in before the meeting or?
Before that 16 December meeting, did you talk to Dr. Ahmadi?
I can't remember if I did.
Oh, that's fine. But you were introduced to Ahmadi at that meeting.
Yes.
And you stated actually in your earlier examination that you actually knew Dr. Ahmadi very well.
Yes, I met him more than one time, and we spoke over the phone also.
And
and he has my number also, my mobile number. He has my mobile number.
And so you spoke to him quite often, and I think we've seen WhatsApp messages where you say that you'll contact him directly regarding problems, specifically the account opening fee.
Yep.
And
not sorry, just to correct. I contacted Christian regarding account opening fee.
Okay, we'll get to that later on.
Okay, okay.
And I'll take you to all the references. And is that at the 16th December meeting at the Tabarak's office, is that when you met Ms. Zavialova for the first time?
Yes.
And they told you that they were acting as representatives of Tabarak, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And at that meeting, you state that you did not discuss the value of the Bitcoin intended to be traded as part of the transaction. Is that right?
It was general. It was more of like introduction meeting. It's and explaining like what kind of businesses we do.
Right. And so when Mr. Turner told you about the buyer having funds, it was just general as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I just want to talk about the intended role of Tabarak in the transaction. And one of the reasons you said that you were engaging Tabarak was that you wanted to use Tabarak's UAE bank account to effectuate certain money transfers in Durham. Is that correct?
To facilitate local trade, yes. That, like
right, so it would be easier to move funds between you
locally, yeah. And most of the customers prefer AED account.
And this was particularly relevant with the transaction with Mr. Morozov, correct? Since you thought his money was coming from a UAE bank. And also because he did not feel comfortable transferring money to HUOBI directly, is that right?
That is one of the reasons why we prefer to have a custodian, Tabarak.
And you didn't feel comfortable sending Bitcoin directly to the buyer, right? So you wanted that intermediary. But also you discussed the possibility of Tabarak providing financial services to HUOBI on several transactions besides the one with Mr. Morozov, correct?
Can you really explain that more, like financial services?
You had other clients that you wanted to introduce to Tabarak.
Yes.
So the 16th December meeting was not necessarily only for relating to Mr. Morozov.
Yeah.
And when you were trying to be a client or this onboarding process with Tabarak, you were required to submit a significant amount of due diligence documents, isn't that right?
When we open account with them, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Sorry. And you were in direct contact with Miss Anastasia Zavialova at that time, correct?
Yeah.
For the due diligence process.
She was communicating regarding this matter, and she sent us the required documents.
And you stated that Mr. Aziz Malik, who, if you remember, is another director, the Compliance, Risk and Management Director. You said that he also was closely involved in the onboarding of new clients.
Did I say that? Can you refer me
to your your second witness statement in the trial, reference 7-3. And you say that given Mr. Ahmadi's continual involvement in the events leading up to the transaction, the seemingly close relationship between Mr. Ahmadi and Mr. Malik, and the statements made at paragraphs 5 and 6 of Malik 1, which led me to believe Mr. Malik was closely involved in the onboarding of all new clients to TABARAK.
Yes, that is based on their, yes.
Based on their statements.
Yeah.
And since his role was the director of compliance, this included managing the regulatory risks of the company in your understanding of his role.
Yes, normally.
And did you state in your witness statement that Dr. Ahmadi was copied on several emails during this onboarding process?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to take you to the asset management and account opening agreement, not the physical document, just to ask you a few questions about it. The purpose of the asset management and account opening agreement was not exclusively related to the transaction with Mr. Morozov.
Oh, no, no, it was, it's just opening an account starting with.
To start the relationship between TABARAK and HUOBI. And if I just take you to the addendum, which is in my reference documents 2559, but the original trial bundle is 8606.
The addendum.
Yes, and this is the signed addendum that we're finally looking at.
Yeah.
And we notice, obviously, you have not signed it, and that is your testimony that you haven't signed it. But if we look to these bullet points, you have the regular transfer service is the first bullet point, and that's 0.35% parentheses principal. Is that right?
Yes.
And in your witness statement, specifically your fifth witness statement, which reference is 25, starts at 2552. You talk about the negotiation of this percentage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And
this is high, yes.
How TABARAK was negotiating between 0.20 and 0.25%?
Not, no, that is related to, I would say, the last point. It's mainly related to the commission, their commission on Bitcoin trade. It's not not the regular transfer service.
Okay, so your testimony is that it relates to the last point, the plus 1%.
Yeah, and if I put it in this where it will fit, but that is mainly it's the commission. That's what I'm just trying to say. It's the commission on the trade of Bitcoin. It's not related to money remittance or the remittance service.
Okay, I'm wondering how your discussion between 1% and 0.2% could be related to a bullet point that says something plus 1% fee up.
Are you referring to the last?
The last bullet point says plus 1% fiat on XE chart.
Is that flat or fiat?
Flat,
it is flat.
sorry.
Okay.
Plus 1% flat on XE chart. So the word plus must mean that it's in addition to something.
Oh, XE chart. Like now, XE is the rate of which use in the crypto for the Bitcoin. So it will be against one Bitcoin. For example, XE will show 10,000 US dollar plus 1%. So normally when the OTC trade, they write plus 1, plus 2, plus 0.5, plus means over the amount, the commission will be 25. So if you are a buyer, means like you will buy the Bitcoin with 10,000 plus 1%. That's what you have to be.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Alali. Did you, in your negotiations, since we're talking about that, really the two main items discussed between you and TABARAK was the account opening fee, that one-time non-refundable payment, and this commission, is that right?
The commission was, yes, the last minutes, both are being agreed in the last deal. But
So
those were based on our, based on our understanding is the account opening fees was the only thing remaining from the account opening agreement. The commission was based on the deal. So on that deal, we might have point to another deal, because they were looking at more big business, because they'll have like more clients. We will have more clients to onboard with them.
Yes, this addendum covered multiple relationships.
Yeah.
But in this specific transaction, the one on the 3rd of February 2020, the only thing that was negotiated, the only item in the addendum that was negotiated between the two parties was this commission rate. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so no, right, okay. And when the specific transaction arose on the 3rd of February, while we're there were still, you say that there were still terms to be agreed upon, which is why you discussed with Dr. Ahmadi at the meeting on the 3rd of February about the account opening agreement. Is that right? The account opening fee, sorry. Yeah.
See, now we assume that he's been aware. Now it seems that he's like, there was, well, we'd assume that there's internal issues, but when we clarified to him, he was completely, I mean, he never objected on that, never said any comment. He said, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we felt that it is okay. Like, he didn't say any comment, he said other, and didn't even say to us, no, so we cannot proceed in that.
Right. This internal problem with TABARAK that you're talking about, can I refer you to, in my bundle, 25-23, in the original trial bundle, it's 9-86. This is a discussion between Mr. Devar and yourself on the 28th of January. And he writes, and Ms. Ahmed has already referred you to this page, what caused this issue? I thought you were meeting them today to discuss the process for deal execution. Meeting Evgeny and Rudolph, but I will speak to Tabarak's CEO today. Very strange, says Mr. Devar. It's an internal issue with Tabarak. And then I'd like to take you to page 25-55 of my bundle, and the original trial bundle is 9-416.
Yes.
And this is a message from Mr. Turner, also on the 28th of January. And he writes, Dear all, I have to apologize in the name of Tabarak. Dr. Ahmadi is complaining about the account opening fees, and I'm back from Russia tomorrow. I think that Tabarak is not the partner you are looking for. Transfer will be done as agreed within the testing session, and then the account will be closed under the title Test Failed.
Yes.
So it was your understanding from these messages that Dr. Ahmadi would be the final approval for the account opening fee?
Yes, I mean, based on the message, and based also like when he came on the meeting, he said something like you're not client till you pay the fees. So, and then when we showed him that he will pay, we will pay, he was okay with that. So it means like for us, it's even more confirming that the account opening fees will close the matter, which is internal issue.
Right, and he also on the 3rd of February 2020, he not only agreed to the paying of the account opening fee, but to the actual process, which means it would be deducted from the proceeds of the sale. Is that correct?
Their commission will be deducted from the trade, yes.
Right. And you state in your witness...
I beg your pardon, I'm sorry for objecting, but there's a line of questioning which doesn't arise out of Mr. Ahmadi's evidence, and I don't know why, therefore, Mr. Kotick is putting these questions.
I can refer to a page.
He can put his, I don't see I don't see that there's a problem. He's putting his client's case on his client's instructions. He's not limited to what arises out of this bit of evidence or that bit of evidence. So let's see how we go. Carry on, Mr. Kotick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's see. Sorry, I've lost my place. So you write, actually, I'll just refer you to your witness statement for the next question, which is your fifth witness statement, which is reference 27. Sorry, it's paragraph 31 of the fifth witness statement. 2729.
Sorry, 2729.
Paragraph 31.
2729, paragraph 1.
27-31.
No.
Sorry. It's 27-59. Apologies.
59.
39.
Mr. Kotick, can we have the correct reference? 29,
Yeah, because-
39 or 59, please?
Sorry, it's 27-59.
59.
Correct.
That is
Thank you.
not my statement. That's Shantanu's statement.
Sorry, I keep getting different. Oh, here we are. Sorry, apologies. Here we are, 27-43. Are you there, Mr. Aladdin?
Yes.
So you write here that the simple fact that at any point up until that moment that HUOBI transferred the 300 BTC in the wallet, Mr. Ahmadi, Mr. Turner, or anyone else from TABARAK could have intervened and stopped the transaction from proceeding because the account opening fee had not yet been paid, parentheses, which everyone knew, period. It is therefore absolutely clear in my mind that at the moment of the transaction, HUOBI was, for all intents and purposes, a client of TABARAK, and that all necessary formalities had either been satisfied in full or an agreement had been reached, which effectively meant that they were satisfied. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now I'd like to take you through the proposals for the transaction and how the process was going to work. Before the addendum was executed on 20th January 2020, you already been discussing this OTC transaction with the buyer. Is that correct?
Yes, in general, yes.
In general, and you had.
Can you repeat the date, because it's very confusing now? It's so many dates in my mind.
When you signed the asset management agreement on 20th of January 2020, you had already been discussing whether specifically or generally about the OTC transaction directly with Mr. Morrisall.
Yes.
So sometimes you would speak directly to Mr. Morrisall without the involvement of TABARAK or Mr. Turner. Is that correct?
This is correct, yes.
So let's just walk through these three proposals so we have them clear in chronological order. The first proposal is my reference 25-63 and the original trial bundle 8-89.
Yeah, I got the email from.
Okay. And in this first email, we see that it is an email from Mr. Turner to yourself and Evgeny Morozov. And it says that as informed and agreed during today's meeting, we herewith place the way how the business between you two is going to work. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it says that on the fourth bullet point down, that partner one, RU, which is Mr. Morozov, will place money at their account, which is TABARAK's account, and will confirm the amount to partner two. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you would sign, and this is the next paragraph, partners will sign an SPA agreement, and then the real work of transfer starts. Is that correct?
Yep. Yep.
Now, the second proposal comes on 20th December 2019, and that is my reference 2564, original trial bundle reference 8-316. It's actually just the next page. I've made it easier for you. And this is an email from Mr. Turner to yourself. To yourself, to Shantanu and the buyer with copy Dr. Ahmadi. Do you see that?
Yes.
And here we say as well, as discussed and agreed, please find attached the new BTC wallet address to start transactions as follows. And
Yes.
it says that HUOBI will show the BTC wallet address with 1,000 Bitcoins. Then you'll send a small amount as a proof of coin. Then TABARAK will return the proof of coin. Then HUOBI guarantees that the proof of coin will stay in the wallet. And then Evgeny will then organize the money for the 1,000 BTC. And this will take 24 hours. And money will be deposited into TABARAK's account. So according to this second proposal, it would just be a proof of coin shown. Then it would return to HUOBI. And then money would be transferred, taking 24 hours. Is that correct?
Yeah, based on this, yes.
Now, if I take you to so now you said in your previous examination yesterday, you said that although Mr. Turner wrote as discussed and agreed, you did not send any reply email saying, I don't agree to these terms.
See, now, when I don't really understand him when he says as discussed, it's not really the process because we need TABARAK to provide us the process. We might have discussed like in general, but then it's not really the process. We never interfere the process that provide to us.
So if you found something completely extraordinary or out of the common procedures for transfers of Bitcoins, if TABARAK sent that to you, would you agree to it?
No,
or
but
would you object?
Is that like a general? In general, you mean if someone send me a process that could not be done? Will that...
Let me rephrase. Apologies. If TABARAK sent an email with the proposed structure that said, HUOBI will transfer 300 Bitcoin to the buyer, and thereafter the buyer would transfer money to HUOBI, would you agree to that?
We will not agree, no.
Even if TABARAK proposed that to you?
Yeah, because that doesn't make sense. That's why we're using TABARAK.
Exactly. So TABARAK, so if you had seen that in an email from TABARAK, you would have sent an email saying you did not agree.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I take you to the third email, the third deal structure, we have, which is the next page, which is my reference 2565 and original reference 8-421. And it says here, again, with a copy to Dr. Ahmadi, dear all, after reviewing all past and history and discussions, this is the procedure we would be able to satisfy all involved parties. And here we have that he and a partner has verified funds in the UAE, so this is not verified funds from TABARAK. And HUOBI will show BTC at least 500 BTC by sending a small amount to TABARAK's Trezor wallet. Then TABARAK will send back to the HUOBI wallet. Evgeny transfers the dirham amount equivalent to 500 BTCs to the TABARAK account. Then they fix a price. And then HUOBI transfers the BTC to TABARAK's Trezor wallet, and TABARAK transfers dirham to any by HUOBI nominated account. So that seems like a procedure that would be acceptable to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, before the 3rd, and I said I was going to take you chronologically, but I skipped over something. Before the 3rd deal structure was agreed between HUOBI and yourself, and the buyer, there was the proof of coin transaction that was attempted on the 23rd of December. Is that correct?
23rd of
December.
So, and can you please refer me to what you're referring to? Because as
Yes, of
proof
course.
of coin to whom?
The proof of coin to the buyer.
You mean the meeting in Burj Al Arab?
I can refer you to WhatsApp messages where you discuss the transfer of the coin. This is when Mr. Turner was on holiday and he said he would follow the transaction closely.
Or the test transaction you're referring to?
Let me refer you out of my bundle 1 second. So if I refer you to 9-387,
Yes.
My lord, we are coming up to our substantive break in a few moments.
Yes.
Could I just flag that if
happy
council
to
can
stop
finish
now.
this line?
Happy to stop, Mr. Kotick. Well, thank you very much. So we will resume. We're going to have a 30-minute break. So we will resume at 10 past the hour. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, sir.
Please proceed.
Hi, thank you. I believe Ms. Ahmed is not,
Oh, she's not back with us. Okay.
no, she's actually called one of us. Shall I tell them to hang up so we can continue? Oh, have we hung up?
Yeah.
Okay. She should join now any second.
Okay, let's just wait for her to
Okay.
take her seat. Miss Ahmed?
Sir Richard Field, we're still waiting for Ms. Ahmed to join.
I've already joined.
No, Miss Ahmed.
Miss Ahmed.
Well, I assume that someone at KBH is trying to get in touch with her. Is that right?
There we are.
Thanks.
Miss Ahmed, 3 penalty points on your license. We were supposed to start at 10 past.
My apologies. I was having technical difficulties, which is the reason why I had to call the IT manager. For some reason, I wasn't being allowed in. I wasn't being admitted. But my apologies for the late or the delay in the start of the hearing.
All right, you can forget the 3 penalty points. That's good mitigation. We'll get on with it. Mr. Kotick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Al-Ali, if you remember before the break, we were at 9-387.
Yes.
It's the WhatsApp messages between Shantanu Saxena and Mr. Turner. And later, as you'll see, he added Evgeny Morozov, the buyer.
Yeah.
And this is on, if you scroll to the top, December 23rd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is the proof of coin, when the first attempt at the proof of coin transaction occurred.
Yes.
And I'll just, in your witness statement, you said that during this proof of coin transaction, Mr. Turner sent, quote, encouraging messages. I just want to have you keep that in mind as I read these. We can scroll down to when the buyer was joined. Hi guys, we have a wallet from where we can do the POC. And then you have a screenshot of the HUOBI global wallet that has over 3,000 Bitcoins in it.
Yeah.
This was yesterday. We should do the POC and $9.5, I presume, million worth of BTC transfer on the BTC wallet provided by Christian or any other wallet. And then Mr. Morozov responds, you can do it to my wallet, if anything. I will inform Christian. And then he sends his wallet address. And then Shantanu says, okay, this is the wallet. And if you see that he's responded to the exact wallet address provided by the buyer, we need to transfer 0.00125, correct? Yes, any amount, he says. And then we have the extracted screenshot on 9389. And then if you continue to 9390, we see that we should get the proof sent out tomorrow. So at that point, the test POC failed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Christian Turner says, dear all, glad that you managed the process. I'm right now reached my home in Austria. We'll follow the transaction. So this now is a process between the buyer and HUOBI. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then we have on the next day, Saxena responding to the buyer saying, I have asked our team to send the 0.00125 Bitcoin to the address. And if you compare the address, that is Mr. Morozov's wallet, correct?
Yes.
Then Christian Turner says, wishing success to everybody on the transaction and looking forward to a positive acting. In case of assistance, I am available. So Mr. Turner has not imposed any proposal about how the POC would take place. Is that correct?
No.
That's not correct.
Is that correct? Yes, correct.
Oh, correct. Thank you.
Yeah. So,
And then we see here, Mr. Saxena says we are transferring 0.01 BTC, which is the minimum wallet withdrawal. Please keep an eye on the wallet. Now, at this point, you had not seen any proof of funds from Evgeny, had you?
because we could not do the POC, but we have not get any proof of fund. See, now initially they wanted to make sure that there is enough coin that we can trade. The only problem with the POC, I think also I mentioned and I addressed, explain about POC. POC has to be in a wallet. It cannot be done from an exchange. So, and this fund, this Bitcoin were in an exchange wallet. So but that didn't happen. So sorry. Even POC, the proof of fund did not happen. So nothing of these. It's just maybe we tried to have a initial, but nothing really happened after that.
But he tried, Mr. Saxena attempted to transfer the POC.
Yes, we did, but then he could not trace back.
Right. But so you were saying there was no proof of funds shown to you before he sent the proof of funds.
No.
There was no, you did not see a bank statement. You did not see, he did not assure you that he had funds.
No, they did say that they have fund.
Okay. Did he say how much he had?
In Europe. They said they have it to do this trade over 200 million euro.
Okay. But you had not seen any bank statements?
No.
You had not seen any bank accounts?
No, okay. Because there is like now the initial stage, I keep saying, is not, we were asking them to fund the account, and then Before that, if they're not willing to fund, then there is no point. Now, we told them we have the coins if you want to trade. They said, okay, show us the BOC.
Right.
Now, BOC failed because of the reason of this on the exchange. They have received the Satoshi, they have other, but then they could not trace it back because it is, and they're sending, they're sending the exchanges, they're saying the screenshots, which is showing that it did not work. It has to be a wallet, is like a separate wallet, not an exchange.
Okay. So for all of these transactions, these proposed transactions, HUOBI and the buyer always agreed to use TABARAK's Trezor wallet. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And Christian had actually sent TABARAK's Trezor wallet before the 3rd of February 2020 to be used in the transaction.
Yes. We used it once in the transactions.
Right.
In the test transaction, yeah.
But it was your impression that that would be the wallet that was going to be used on the date of the transaction.
Yes, yes.
And you said in your testimony yesterday, and I just cite the transcript for good order, page 38, starting at line 1 and down to line 12 to 24, you say that you would never agree to have coins sent before money was sent into.
In our internal messages, yes.
Right. Okay. And this is something that this expectation that money would have to be shown, at least proof of money had to be shown before you transfer Bitcoin, is something that you know in your experience. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that probably in the many transactions you have conducted before.
Yes.
Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I? Yes. Okay. Then I want to take you to the MENA Al Salam meeting on the 28th of January. And I just want to take you quickly to your first witness statement. And this is to paragraph 60, and I'll provide the right reference this time. It is 6-20. And so this is the MENA Al Salam meeting, and I want to take you down to where you say firstly, which is the 5th line down. So firstly, and Ms. Ahmed has already brought you to this paragraph, firstly, it was agreed that the total trade of 2,000 BTC be split into smaller quantities. Is that right?
Yes.
And this was due to HUOBI internal security policy.
Yep.
And then you say, second, the buyer told me that the money for the transaction would be here in Dubai and not coming from overseas.
Yes.
And that meeting at the MENA Al Salam meeting was between yourself, the buyer, and Rudolph. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So this is now the second time that the buyer has told you about the funds that he's had, considering the first time was at the proof of coin transaction. Is that right?
That you mean considering the first proof of coin failed?
Yeah, when you had that first failed proof of coin transaction,
yes.
You had just said that the buyer mentioned he had about 50 million euros.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And
I thought it was 200 million.
200 million.
200.
50 million. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Now I want to take you to January 2020. So we're still in the same month. And you and Mr. Debar are discussing, focusing on more OTC transactions. And this is due to the small number of sales that HUOBI had in November and December 2019. Do you remember that?
I remember that, but if you just put me where you're referring to.
Yes, well, I think in your testimony, I have the transcript. I can read it back to you.
Okay.
That you said, and this was a discussion with Ms. Ahmed about the reason for pushing, you said internal pressure, putting on your company to do more OTC transactions.
To the team, yes.
Right, and the question was, well, the urgency was that there was some pressure on HUOBI to generate profit because China was saying that the JV agreement between HUOBI Global and HUOBI MENA was unsustainable. And you said, now, if they're under pressure to complete the document, that's okay, but I mean to put everybody at risk, there's no urgency. Oh, sorry, you say, because that's what we internally do, that to push people.
Yes.
You were saying that?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'd like to take you to the 23rd of January, a document on my document 25-45 and on the original bundle 9-124.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Great. And if you see 9-238, sorry, I'm going to take you there instead. It's Mr. Devar on the second message. At the end of this month, which is January 2020, if we have not closed significant deals, we need to cut some costs. Possible areas: marketing further / one marketing resource / Vishal / Balaji / Parul, and also some resources in Turkey. These are possible areas I can think of. Unfortunately, some of these don't say much. So at this point on the 23rd of January, Mr. Devar was considering cutting staff in order to save some costs for HUOBI MENA or HUOBI OTC DMCC. Is that correct?
Well, yes, he was sending the message. He sent the message, yes.
Okay, now I want to take you to 2 pages later on my bundle, 25-47, and the original document is 9-241. And it says from Mr. Devar again, this is 2 days before the transaction. Guys, Alan is pushing very hard on OTC deals. I explained to him there was a pipeline, but he pointed out that it's been 2 months and we have not done one OTC deal. Robin wants to talk to me next week, and he said that Leon was getting very impatient. No license / no OTC deals / no cloud deal. I told him about Buoyancy, but of course not live yet. Loss making / Turkey delayed / expenses up ... They start questioning again why they need the JV.
You're referring to this discussion between Mohit and Shantanu.
Yes. Do you...
I'm not on these conversations. That is one thing. The second thing is like, what I know is this whole attempt from Mohit to build a pressure on the team to start like more performing. And some of these things, it will be like really difficult to implement. And he's just trying to push the team to start to perform, which is really
okay.
I'm just explaining like these messages, and these are between both of them.
Okay, then I will take you to my bundle 2541, which in the original trial bundle is 9-111. This is actually 2 days on the 5th of February, 2 days after the transaction.
Yeah.
And this is you saying, I was thinking we should send an email to Robin and Alan, just in general, that we have used a local bank to facilitate the deal and the bank wallet. However, the bank claiming that their client was able to access the wallet and withdraw the coins. So this is a conversation between you and Mr.
Me
DePaul.
and Mohit, yes.
Okay, now if I turn you to the next page, which is 2542 in my bundle, but 9-112 in the main bundle. This is, again, Mr. Devar speaking to you on the 6th of February, is that correct?
Yes.
And he says on the 3rd message, spoke to Alan just now and briefed him. Did not go well. He thinks Leon may react quite badly and again bring up the issue of stopping the JV, take Turkey away, etc., etc., and even withhold all existing revenue. Told him that we had a really good chance of getting money and the coins as our case is against TABARAK. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I just want to talk to you about the sourcing of these coins before the transaction. When Morozov, the buyer, initially approached you to do the deal, he was offering to buy quite a large number of coins, about 3,000 coins, correct?
2,000 to, in some
2,000.
cases, they're mentioning 3,000 in email of, but 2,000, that's what he told me.
Right. And there was probably considerable trouble finding a buyer for this number of coins, especially since the price of Bitcoin.
Seller. They were the buyer.
Seller. Sorry, the seller
yeah.
of Bitcoins. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah.
It was difficult to find sellers of Bitcoins because the price was quite low of Bitcoin at the time, wasn't it?
That's not really the main reason. It's why it's difficult to find. It's because of nobody will have this quantity in one wallet.
Right.
Where they want someone to show them that they have enough quantities in the wallet before they start.
Just quickly, the HUOBI Global Wallet that you sent a screenshot to Evgeny that had 3,600 Bitcoins.
Yeah.
So
that is HUOBI's global wallet, not our wallet.
Okay, so the main company's global wallet.
Yeah.
Okay. So you decided to split up these transactions in order to, because, well, there was a limit by HUOBI Global of 400.
Yeah, we cannot transfer more than 400 BTC at a time.
Because of a security issue.
Yes.
Okay. And in your witness statement, you state that the buyer kept saying that he wanted to keep purchasing more than 200 BTC, for example, 300.
Can you refer me to which messages is exactly?
Yeah, sure. It's your first witness statement, paragraph 60, which is 620. Sorry, it doesn't say that there. Well, I don't, okay. Sorry, that reference is wrong. At some point, and there's a message between you and Mr. DeBar where you discuss the buyer wanting 300 Bitcoins instead of 200 Bitcoins. Do you remember that conversation?
There was a discussion, but if you just refer me, I would be appreciated because I need to refresh my memory.
Yes, I appreciate that. It's been a while. I will take you to the conversation between you and Mr. DeBar on the 30th of January, which is my bundle 2527 and the original trial bundle 990.
Okay.
And then you say in the second message, if it works, fine, let's work in arranging 300 BTC.
Yep.
Okay. And then Mr. DeBar says he will need to get a loan from the group, and that's HUOBI Global, correct?
Yes.
And that's in order to buy the Bitcoins for the transaction, is that right?
Yes, 100, the remaining.
And then you say, I'm also trying to get a facility from TABARAK for 4 million, is that dollars?
Can't remember.
Okay. Then 2 messages down, we have Mr. DeBar that says, how come they are changing the deal? Any issues? And it appears that he is referring to the 300 Bitcoins that you've referenced. If you don't remember, that's not a problem.
Sorry, I might need to go through the whole conversation, then I can really, because in sometime in between there'll be a message which is related to something different, and it's really very difficult now to link.
Of course. If we just hop down to your message at 11:26 a.m., regardless of the number of coins, you say the main thing I'm insisting on is that the money has to be with TABARAK. The deal needs to happen in the morning, so we'll be able to cover our position. Other issues, I think they are manageable.
Yes.
And then you say, my other concern is that I'm starting to lose, I start losing the confidence on our team capability, and I feel sometimes they don't give you the full picture that allows you to take the right decision. I don't know if you have the same feeling. And Mr. Devar responds, I don't think they do. Last night I was on the phone with Sushant before I sent the USDT, which is the US dollar tether. There are limits, and he is sending me so many wallet addresses, last minute changes, exclamation point. And then he also says, also this morning they realized they cannot get money from Kraken immediately because they are not connected for immediate transfer. And then if you turn on the next page in my bundle, which is 2528 in the original bundle 9-91, Mr. Devar says, yes, and how many times I said that we don't want last minute surprises. Then he said they were lucky the buyers didn't come on time, otherwise they can't do the deal anyway. So at this point, which is the day of the attempted transaction, but 4 days before the actual transaction, there was still some uncertainty on how you were going to get the coins.
There was an issue with the system, yes. Now, but then if we said to them we will get the coins, then it will be there. Now, if you're referring to these, the Kraken is mainly the internal process. I keep mentioning these. Kraken and Enigma is more to cover our position.
Right.
So what will happen, like if we buy today, now, Bitcoins, which to sell them to the TABARAK customers. Once the money might take 24 hours to reach to our US bank account, and then we have to buy again.
Right.
We need to do covering because at the time of buying next day, the price of Bitcoin might have gone up.
Right.
Then the same amount I will be able to buy, for example, 290 rather than buying 300. Then I'm in loss. So we do covering for our position. That's why we use these companies to cover our position. So when the money reach, we buy again 300, same amount of Bitcoins. We don't have to lose.
And you also need to get money in quickly because you only have a certain amount of time before you pay back those hedge coins.
Yep.
And if you don't pay back those hedge coins in time, there's penalties.
There is a penalty, yes.
Okay. I want to take you to, it's the day before the transaction, and you met with Rudolph and Evgeny to finalize some terms of the transaction. Is that right?
If you just can refer me, I mean.
Of course. It's 2531 in my bundle and 9-96 in the original bundle. And it's the fourth from the bottom message from you saying, and this is on the 2nd of February, I'm meeting Rudolph and Evgeny in a few minutes to finalize everything so we can start tomorrow. And if we flip the page in my bundle 2532 and the original bundle 9-97, you have that at the last message in my bundle, you see, if you need to show proof, I can send him more BTC so that you have 200 BTC in one wallet. He can then send it back to me. I have control over my friend's coins as well. So at this point, at 10 a.m. the day before the transaction, you did not have 200 BTC in one wallet.
300 BTC in one wallet.
You had.
We didn't have 300 BTC in one wallet.
Right. Did you have
200? Yes.
You had 200. And that's some of coins that Mohit Devar borrowed from a friend of his?
Yeah, he's arranging 300 to 100 Bitcoin, yes.
Okay. And then you needed another 100 to do the 300 total Bitcoins for the transaction the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
And the next page in my bundle 2533, the original bundle 9-98, The third message from the bottom at 10:21 a.m., you write, I don't know that you moved the coins. All my discussion with them is we have all coins in our wallet. I honestly promised them for around 300 Bitcoins and planning to use 100 Bitcoins from Tabarak without telling them. And without telling them, you're referring to without telling Mr. Morozov, is that correct?
The buyer, yes.
Right. And then if you go on to the next page in my bundle, which is 2534, in the original bundle 9-99, at 11:01 a.m., you have, sorry, let's start at 10:36 a.m., the third one down. From Mr. Devar, shall I also transfer 50, and then you can actually show 300 and take 100 from Tabarak? You say, yes, please. Then Mr. Devar says, here you go. So I assume he did transfer you those coins. Is that correct?
Yeah, to the wallet, to the main wallet, to the JB
The main wallet. And then Mr. Devar says, I'm having a call soon with Shantanu. I'm really not in a good mood. They're not even acting as proper admins. Anyway, let's get the deal done and we will deal with these expletive later. And then you say, I've already spoke to Tabarak and they confirmed 100 Bitcoins. In the end, in the transaction on the 3rd of February, did you use coins from Tabarak?
No.
Okay, so let's now get to the meat of the case, which is the 3rd of February, the transaction. And I just want to walk you through that transaction on that day. You showed up with Mr. Nahak and Mr. Saxena on that day, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And Mr. Turner was there with Ms. Zavialova?
Yes.
And the buyer showed up after you, is that correct?
Yes.
And it was Morozov and his associate, Alexei Sochi.
Yes.
And you were in a conference room setting across the table from each other, is that right?
Yes.
And this was not the first time you met the buyer. Sorry, at that meeting, Mr. Ahmadi was there, is that right?
He was there before the buyer arrived.
Okay, so he was there before you arrived as well?
No, once we arrived, he came to the room.
Okay, and that's when you started discussing the account opening fee. And so you agreed to the fee, or at least he did not object to deducting the fee from the proceeds of the sale.
Fee and the commission.
And the commission. Now, the buyer stated at around 11:10 p.m. that he should use his wallet for the transaction. Do you remember that?
The buyer, when he arrived, he brought the two wallets, two treasurer wallet.
And he said, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, then they're sealed and they're in boxes.
And did he propose to use his treasurer wallet?
He proposed to use his wallet, but we didn't say anything. We said this is Tabarak should take this decision. If they want to use a new wallet or they want to use an existing wallet, that is their choices. We have only we follow what is Tabarak will give us as a wallet to transfer the coins.
And Mr. Turner took the packaging, opened the packaging, and inspected it in front of you. Is that right?
Yes.
And he actually took it out of a kind of a delivery courier package first. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I mean the boxes, but
right. Yeah. Okay, a box. Sorry.
Yeah.
And then he took it out of the actual packaging. And did he take off any seals or safety stickers?
It was sealed. Yes.
It was sealed, and he showed the device to the parties to show that this was fine. It wasn't tampered with.
We wouldn't know like if it is tampered or not.
Okay, but at that point you did not object to the transaction and walk out.
Yeah. No.
And so the buyer proposed that he would then set up the wallet. Is that correct?
The buyer proposed. Again, can you just repeat the question?
Yeah. So the device is now out of the packaging, and the buyer proposes that he will set it up.
It was out of the boxes in Christian hands.
Yes.
And then.
And he said, "I will." The buyer said, "I will set it up." and you objected to that, saying Mr. Turner.
We didn't. Yes, we didn't agree, and then we said we don't agree. Then Mr. Turner proposed that he will do the setup for it.
Okay. Mr. Saxena said that who would do the?
No, Christian.
Right. So that Christian would do the setup. And
Not sanction. It's not it's not Shantanu who recommended that. We objected that the buyer himself set up the other, but we have no objection that if Tabarak, they know about the device and they will set it up themselves, as it is a new and sealed package.
And so now, after Mr. Saxena intervened and said Mr. Turner should set up the wallet, Mr. Turner did set up the wallet. Is that correct?
Yeah, because we cannot accept the buyer to set up the wallet.
Yeah,
and then we transfer the coin.
Of course, but so now we've arrived that Mr. Turner has set up the wallet.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Mr. Christian did set up the wallet, yes.
Right. And then there was the setting up of the seed recovery phase. And you write in your fifth witness statement, which is the corrected witness statement, that you do not recall whether the buyer requested this or whether Mr. Turner volunteered.
Yeah.
Okay. But in any event, you agreed that a seed phase phrase would be used.
Split it.
Yes, of course.
Between two parties. It is part of the setting up the wallet. You need to have these 12 words.
Yes.
And
well,
then
first you have to set up the PIN, correct? The password and the PIN.
I've never done the setup, but he said there are 12 words, and then these words will be split between two parties, which is the buyer and the Christian. And with only 6 words, nobody can access the wallet unless the 12 words are there.
And that's exactly what Mr. Turner did, correct? He sat down with Ms. Zavialova next to him and wrote down the first 6 words.
Yeah, and he gave the wallet to the buyer.
To write down the second 6 words.
The other 6 words.
Right, and he did not show any words to the buyer.
What do you mean, like he did not show any words?
After he wrote it down on a piece of paper, he either put it in his pocket or in his possession, but he did not give his 6 words to the buyer.
No, he didn't give his 6 words, and I would assume he did not give his word in front of us to the buyer.
Okay. Then the buyer suggests that the coins should be transferred first, and then the funds would come after.
No, it was Christian saying it's safe now to transfer the fund to the coins, and will remain in the wallet until we receive the fund, and we'll send it to you to speed up the process. We said okay. Now we are like, have a trust, like Tabarak will have the wallet, they'll have it with them, and they're safe. And they say there's nobody can access it now. Based on that, we said, okay, if the money did not receive by Tabarak, then they will return the coins to us.
And this was a different process than you had originally agreed to in the deal structures, right? Where the proof of coins would be shown, then the money would be transferred, and then the coins would be sent.
Yes, the first proposal was done by Tabarak. And Tabarak also suggested that we can do the coin transfer now. And the fund will be arriving because they have assured us that they have verified 50 million dirham available here in UAE.
Of course, Mr.
And one of the email.
If the money is not in the bank, you do understand, in a Tabarak bank account.
Yes, but
you understand that
the thing is, like, if it is in UAE, means like it can be transferred within, less than minute, 2 minutes can be done. It's not different than if it is international transfer. It will take 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Minimum.
And you expected the funds on the day of the transaction to be in the UAE.
And that's what Tabarak verified in one of their email. So that the customer has a fund over 50 million. In addition to that,
But not UAE, just to clarify.
In UAE.
They had 50 million euros
in the
UAE.
dirham in UAE. I think I can't recall them. Find the email. I can find the email for you if you want. One of the evidence documents. And then also the other thing, Tabarak told us that the buyer or the Afghani has large investment in the company. I mean, through Tabarak, they've done huge investment. And so that will give us more comfort. Like, okay, now maximum will happen that the money will not arrive and Tabarak will give us the coin. So there is no risk. And then, especially with their different time of assuring that the buyer have the fund, they're already verified, they have seen the fund. Let's give you more assurance. Okay, now the maximum risk you will have here is delaying and time will be lost for that deal. But then there's no didn't arise to us that there'll be a risk of losing the coin from the wallet, trusting Tabarak. And they showed us that it is okay in the safe. Now nobody can reach it.
But at that point, you didn't see a bank statement?
We won't see, like, it's only when we have like a direct deal with the buyer. Now, when we have a custodian, normally we will not ask for a bank statement. If they said to us, we verified that he has fund in UAE.
So you're about to transfer $2.8 million worth of Bitcoin into a wallet, into the arms of a custodian, and you are solely relying on an email that says they're a verified fund.
But that is the bank. It's a bank. It's a custodian bank.
Well, even though there's still disagreement on whether this was a custodian.
There wasn't any disagreement. As you initially mentioned, that Mr. Ahmadi was in the meeting, and initially he did not object in proceeding with the transaction, and nor Christian has any issue with proceeding with the transaction, as he's a director of investment. Now,
he did not object to the transaction moving forward. The scope of the role of Tabarak is definitely not clear between the two parties. So, and I'm not going to ask you to put your case forward on that, but I just want to know, and just for you to confirm, that you did not look at any bank statements. You have not seen a Unicredit account.
No, we just rely on the
confirmation. You have not seen an account from Bulgaria?
No.
So in Mr. Turner's memory minutes from that day, he says that the parties reviewed a bank statement from an account in Bulgaria. Are you saying that his memory is not correct?
Not to whom exactly? I didn't see any statement from the buyer.
Did Mr. Saxena see a statement?
I don't know. I need to check with him. He never shared with me that he saw a statement, or I can't remember that he did share with me any information regarding this.
Did Mr. Nahak see a statement, or have you not discussed with him either?
He never shared with me anything like this.
Okay. Now, that after the coins are transferred, you say that the buyer insisted on putting a wallet into the safe in Dr. Ahmadi's office. Is that right?
We assume that they're part of their process.
Which is a reasonable request, considering it makes
I mean, to have it like a more safe location.
Of course. And at that point, you're in Dr. Ahmadi's office, and he informed you that he was happy that you managed to do the transaction. Is that correct?
Yes. And he also informed us that in the wallet and he's safe.
Right. So then everyone goes to lunch and they realize that the money hasn't been transferred, and the buyer asks you to check the wallet. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
he told Shantanu.
Right.
I wasn't there.
And Shantanu checks the wallet and realizes that the coins are missing.
Yeah.
And after the police were called, everyone went down to the police station with you as well, correct?
I followed them.
And you saw that Evgeny, the buyer, Mr. Turner, and Ms. Zaviolova were taken into custody. Is that right?
Yes.
Which is a normal procedure, as you say, because everyone is a suspect until they check everything.
Yep. Even
And-
our staff, they were taken in the custody of the police.
And do you know this because you have experience as a CID officer?
I wasn't the idea person, no. But that is what they told me, that they have to check everybody now before they release them.
Okay.
They will have to keep everybody custody. That's why they take everybody's mobile phone, everyone, and they keep it in the custody case.
Can I take you to page 25-39 of my bundle and 9-105 of the original bundle? And this is a statement from you, between you and Mr. DeBar, a conversation on the 3rd of February after the transaction. Is that right? It's at 11:14 p.m.
That is UK time.
Okay, well, even if it's Dubai time, it would be after the time of the transaction. Well, let's read the messages.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
and then we can see. You say in the second message, can you trace all transactions? Mr. DeBar says, I can, but I think on chain analysis you can. I just put this address to see what happens. Then he said, I'm sure HUOBI can, but don't want to tell them yet. You say, no, not yet. Then Mr. DeBar says, yes, let's wait till after you speak to the CEO of TABARAK tomorrow and then decide.
Yeah, that is the next day.
This is on the 3rd of February.
No, but that is not on the 3rd of February. I think there is an issue because the deal happened on 3rd of February. The police have taken care of tracing all the coin. And they said, we will take care of that. So this is, there must be a problem with the timing and date because this discussion happened really after the, so 11 a.m. So it's, sorry, 11 p.m. That means the next day, yes, 4th, 11 p.m. I think it's plus 4 hours or minus 4 hours.
That's fine, Mr. Alali. There's no
because that is only just for information now. After that, like,
can I take you instead? Maybe this will be clearer about the timing.
Yeah.
It's my document 2520 and the original document trial bundle reference 9-36.
2520.
2520. That's correct.
Yep. Got it.
And this is a message it starts at 11:10 a.m. on the 3rd of February. And Mr. DeBar, okay, well, let's go up to 9-35, which is the same page of my document. And it's Shantanu Saxena saying, hi, morning. At the moment, the coins are still with TABARAK. We are waiting for them to transfer the funds to our account. Yes, they will do more, but I don't want to leave until they do the wire into our account. And then Saxena says the process was not too complicated, actually, and they were flexible on a lot of things. And then Mr. DeBar, in curiosity, says, why haven't they done the wire? And Mr. Saxena says, the Russians have released the funds on the European side, and TABARAK is waiting for the funds here in the UAE. So we are waiting for the funds to be transferred to the UAE. And Mr. Saxena says that this was all supposed to be done an hour ago. And Mr. DeBar says, I thought we were not going to do the deal until TABARAK had cleared funds in their account in the UAE. And Mr. Saxena responds, this was my understanding too. Initially, they said that the money will be paid straight away, but later, after the coin transfers, they said the wire will be done by 2 to 2:30. Sultan was with us throughout. He agreed to the process. We should be fine. Give us some time. Don't worry, we are here. And Mr. DeBar says that's very risky. We shouldn't have agreed to this at all. This was a firm condition that Sultan had agreed with them. Let me ask why the change. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, now there was a report about tracing these transactions, if you remember. And it is on page. Yes, 2561 of my bundle and 8508 of the trial bundle.
Yes.
Do you recognize this draft report?
Can we have the just a second, because I think it's not clear here. هذه مو واضح الخط. ما أشوف
Oh, we can go to the original bundle.
Yes, if you give us the original bundle 8508.
8508. It's in the screenshot there, so you can 8508.
Yes.
Okay, and this is a tracking report on the Middle East OTC large transaction accident, which is the transaction on the 3rd of February. Is that right? Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says here, yes.
And then the background says, on the 9th of February 2020, the safety team got an incident feedback that Middle East Station encountered a problem in a large OTC transaction. So this tracking investigation was started to track the flow of the targeted coins for currency. And the conclusion of this report is, based on the current conditions, most of the involved assets have been cleared and transferred. After tracking, it can be confirmed that the assets flows are as follows. Part of the assets, about 35 Bitcoin in total, flowed into HUOBI. One user got involved who currently has about 37 Bitcoin in his or her account. The account has been frozen temporarily, and the user is required to provide KYC. Have you seen this report before?
Yes.
So you knew that 35 Bitcoin flowed back into HUOBI Global?
Yes, into one of the wallets, yeah.
And you never found out what happened to these wallets, to these 35 Bitcoin, is that right?
We could not. We reported this to the police. We did. We informed them about these coins. They said we know. And then at a later stage, they have communicated. We requested HUOBI Global to continue freezing the account until really try to find is there any solution. But they said without the person provide us the required KYC, and then also they refuse to share with us because of the confidentiality agreement, unless they have a legal document from a legal authorities. They will not give us any information. This is like a global. It's a completely separate company. Yes, is their holding. So they have their concern about security and about confidentiality. Right. So they told us this information. They said maybe they'll help the police. We did inform the police about this information. They said we are tracking all these. And then at the point in time, the police asked me for the person they can communicate regarding some of the coins. And then we gave them. And I did request them to keep me in the loop, but nothing came from the police after that.
Right, after February 2020, when you sent the email to them.
Yeah.
And so you have not had any correspondence since that date with the police? And you have not had any correspondence with HUOBI Global since that report?
In this regard, they said they didn't discuss because they were in communication directly with the police. The security team was directly in contact with the police.
Does Mr. Saxena work at HUOBI Global anymore?
HUOBI MENA, you mean?
No, at HUOBI Global.
No.
Okay. And so you have not contacted any other institution to track down not only these 35 coins, but any other coins?
The police assure to us that they will take care of this. Even if we do, we have very limited ability to do anything really without
Are
the
you in
police
contact?
or
Sorry.
without the police or court order or anything. It's no way
Have
that
you had contact with Jump Trading, the company with which you hedged some of the coins for the transaction?
We do trade with them, Jump Trading. We did some number of deals with them.
So you didn't owe them any penalties or fines because of this
We do,
transaction?
yeah, we do, because the hedge.
And you're not pursuing any criminal action against the buyer, right?
We have the case is being stopped, yeah.
Currently. And you're not currently pursuing any civil action against the buyer, is that right?
Currently, no.
Currently. And
Because
you
we
know
have no direct relationship with the buyer.
So you have not seen or spoken?
No agreement, nothing with the buyer. It's directly with TABARAK. We have all the agreements is with TABARAK.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm about to switch subjects, and I realize it might be a good time to break for the transcript.
Well, let's hear what the transcribers would rather do. I understand that at some point between now and 6 in Dubai, 4 in London, the transcribers would like another break of 10 minutes. Now, when would they like that break to be taken?
My lord, if it's convenient for council, then it's convenient for us now. Do you mean we're finishing at 2 p.m. London time or 4, which you just said?
2 p.m.
Well, it's 2 p.m. London.
Oh, good.
6 p.m. In Dubai. I'm sorry,
Yes.
I often get it muddled up between the two different time zones. So we're finishing London time, 2 o'clock, and you're fine with the break being taken now?
Yes, my lord, that's convenient for us. Many thanks.
Fine. Well, we'll break for 10 minutes. We'll resume at let's see, 15. About 18 minutes past the hour.
Thank you, Your
Thank you
Honor.
very much, Mr. Kotick.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We've overshot just slightly a couple of minutes. That's de minimis. And so we will continue. Thank you, Mr. Kotick. I think you're muted at the moment, Mr. Kotick.
No wonder you couldn't hear me. Can you hear me, Mr. Ali?
Yes.
Okay, great. I would like to take you to a document not in my bundle, but in the main bundle, which is 9319. Do you have that in front of you now?
Yes.
And then midway down the page at 8:50 a.m., this is on January 30th, so the date of the first attempted transaction.
Yes.
It says, update on the OTC. We are here at TABARAK. The buyers haven't turned up yet as they are buying Trezor Wallet and a new device. TABARAK has the money, but we are not sure of doing the trade because we're very near the bank cutoff. So on the 30th of January, the date of the attempted transaction, you were aware, or at the very least, Mr. Saxena was aware, that the buyer was buying the Trezor Wallet.
Yes, but that is normal. It's many of the customers, they prefer to have their, after the trade happens, they would prefer to have the coins in their own wallet. So we are under assumption that it will go to TABARAK, then TABARAK will send it to that wallet. They prefer to have a new fresh wallet, so nobody has the address before. That's a new address for the wallet.
But
That is our assumption.
You never requested TABARAK to buy a new Trezor Wallet for the transaction?
No.
So when the buyer showed up with the 2 new wallets, you were not surprised that they had brought these 2 wallets since?
Yeah, because they will. We're just expecting that they will use it after the trade.
Right. I would like to now take you back to my bundle 25-42, which is the original bundle 9112.
25, sorry, again?
2542. And it's 9-112 in the original bundle.
Yes, yes.
Now, this is after the transaction happened, after the coins were put into the buyer's Trezor wallet, and then they had disappeared. And at 3:58 a.m., you say, we have gone through more complicated, more difficult issues, and we're able to manage and handle the situation. I don't think this would be any different. We have to do what is necessary and plan our actions forward. I'm very confident we'll be able to recover, might not be 100%, but not less than 80%. In the worst case, I'm happy to step out and give up my share as compensation for the loss, as I am the responsible for the trade and they act on my instructions, but would have clear picture in the next few days. So you agree that this transaction was on your instructions?
Yeah, I was the leading of the team of HUOBI in that.
And other than yourself, the people who have lost money was also Mr. Rudolph. We don't know his surname. Mr. Rudolph planned or was intending to get a commission from this deal. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
And so when he was actually taken into custody, he was also concerned.
Rudolph?
Rudolph.
He wasn't in the custody.
Okay, so after the theft, he expressed his concern that he was also going to lose money on the deal since he would lose his commission.
Can you
Is that
refer
right,
me to?
Mr. Al-Ali?
No, I don't know about this.
Okay, but if Rudolph refers a client to you, and there is a trade, he will get a commission. Is that right?
If it happens, yes.
If it happens. So the fact that it did not happen means he would not get his commission.
Yeah.
Okay. For the last subject matter, I just want to go through HUOBI MENA as a company. I know it started in September 2018, and this is part of the JV, the joint venture agreement that you, Mr. Dabar, and HUOBI Global entered into. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
You say in your CV, or you say in your witness statement, that you now solely work for Ordino SBS as the managing director. Is that right?
The solely again, or the owner? Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Do you now solely work for Ordino SBS?
I own it and I'm managing director, but there is a team who does the day-to-day work. Yes.
Right, but that you do not work anymore at HUOBI MENA.
No, I don't work with HUOBI. I'm co-founder, but there is no operation actually now. We just freeze all the operation. I still own the license. I have the ownership. I'm a director there, but then it's only license. There is no operations.
Okay, and HUOBI MENA, HUOBI OTC changed its name to Gate MENA. Is that right?
Gate MENA, yes.
Right, and the purpose of the change was that so you could sell Gate MENA to Gate Technology Inc.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
But because of a issue under Chinese law, you actually had to sell it to Dr. Lin Han. Is that right?
They decided to change to whom we sell, but now what is the reason? I don't know.
Okay. And the reason why you changed the name was so that Gate Technology Inc. could basically acquire a subsidiary. Is that right? Or a
Yes.
parent, a subsidiary.
Yes. They want to acquire the company and they requested to change the name.
Okay. And then on the 23rd of September 2021, HUOBI MENA sold its shareholding in HUOBI OTC. Is that right?
Yes. If I don't recall the exact date, it's there in the documents.
Okay. And then a few days later is when the claim from Gate MENA was assigned to HUOBI MENA. Do you remember that assignment?
The deed.
The deed.
I mean, if you just Let me just refresh my memory with the dates, because when you mention the date, I need to check exact date for that.
Of course, I will take you to that document. I believe I have it in my bundle to be. I just have a signature page. This is actually in the Peter Smith's witness statement. You know what? It's fine. I will just take you to the signature page of that document, which is on page 25-60 of my bundle and 20-57, which is in the main trial bundle.
Yes.
And here we have your signature on behalf of Gate MENA and HUOBI MENA, right? It's the same signature. And this is your signature.
Yeah.
And this is the seal for each company to show that it is approved by each company, right?
Yeah.
And it's not, there's no one who is signed next to the witness section.
No, this is before. After that, there is I think there is another one, I think, signed.
Okay. And you had submitted this document first. Was that just an accident?
I need to check that, because I should be, there's a witness signature there.
Yes, so on page 25-70 of the main bundle, you have the signed version.
$25.70.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, on my bundle. My bundle. Apologies.
Well, it looks as if that's also the reference in the trial bundle.
Ah.
Certainly, it shows
25.
the execution of a deed, whether it's the assignment or not.
أبغى أشوف الأوراق معي.
Well, I leave it to counsel to have a look at that.
باقي الأوراق.
Do you have my bundle in front of you?
Yes, 2570 is there.
Okay, so this is the signatures that you were speaking of, right?
Yeah.
And
I assume because you're giving me one page of the, if you can, I need to check the full agreement.
Okay.
موجود لا؟
Are you saying this is not your signature? You have to check the document.
No, I have to check the full documents. It's just one page you're giving me with
we'll get it to you in 1 second.
Yes, please.
Apologies, that's my fault for not being prepared on that. Did you sign two versions of the deed of assignment? A deed of assignment and then a deed of variation.
Sorry, if you just give me the documents you're referring to, it will be much easier for me to remember what exactly you're referring to.
Okay, so you don't remember off the top of your head assigning the claim to this case?
I signed the deed. Now, is that the one which is? Because here you're giving me one page only. I just need.
Is that your signature?
This is my signature, yes.
Okay, and then the other signature page I showed you, which is at 20. Which is at 2570.
This is 2570.
With the witnessing of Mr. DeVar.
Yeah, this is 2570. Now you're referring to which page? I mean, the first, the 25. Just, there's only one page here, 2570.
Okay, that's fine. I can drop this line of questioning. So you do not remember, okay, just on a general level, Mr. Alavi, do you remember assigning the claim of this case between two companies that you own, Gate MENA and HUOBI MENA?
Yes, because we changed the name and then we sold it, yes.
And then you sold it. Okay. And when you originally made that assignment, did you have to change the assignment and execute a second document? Do you remember doing that?
See, these are legal stuff. I think I would request if the legal reply on these questions, because these are procedures which is related to the case, and it's more legal matter than really operational for me.
So you didn't think yourself to sign.
See, now there are procedures has to be taken now. Now, if these procedure, they explain what is required to be done, and these are the deeds has to be signed. These are the claim has to be assigned to a new company because of 1, 2, 3. And these are the procedures has to be followed. Now, if you want more detail on these, I would suggest if you can give me some time to reply to find out all the documents, because you just gave me one page.
Yeah,
no, and you request me to answer so many questions related to that page, and I would appreciate if you give me those agreements which you're referring to, 1 or 2 and all these, and then I can really go through them with.
No, that's fine. I just needed to know. I just wanted to ask about the assignment. Your Honor,
Mr. Kotick, the choice is yours. You can. It's up to you. You look as if you're prepared to leave things as they are, having heard such evidence has been given on the document. Alternatively, what you would say was the second version, where the signatures are witnessed, unlike the first version. If that can be produced, then I'm sure Mr. Al-Ali can pop in and deal with 1 or 2 questions you may have in respect of the document itself.
If the court will indulge me just 5 minutes to find these documents, and I can, or 2 minutes to just.
Yes, okay. Certainly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go offline for 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, 4 minutes.
Are we all back now?
Yes, Mr. Kotick, if you'd like to go on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Al-Ali, I'd like to take you to 20-51. Are you there, Mr. Al-Ali?
Just a second.
Okay.
Yes, it's there now.
So this is a deed of assignment, is the title of the document.
Yeah. You can get MENA DMCC and HUOBI MENA FZD.
Right, and this is prepared by your counsel, CRS Charles Speechlys, is that right?
Yes.
And if we scroll down to the bottom of that page, and we can stop whenever you want, the last page is your signature on 2057.
Yes, and
Your
both
signature,
mine.
stamp, and then another signature, and then another stamp.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this was submitted in response, or this was submitted by your counsel in this case, correct?
Yes.
And this was not the correct document, was it?
I think they have been updated after that with another document.
So it was.
I think they're what you refer to in the. Can't remember. That's the.
Well, do we have in the bundle or available a second assignment where the signatures of those who are making on behalf of the corporation making the assignments are witnessed? Do we, Mr.
Yes.
Coates, do you know?
Yes, I can't find it in the trial bundle, but it is the exhibit to Peter Smith's 6th witness statement. I don't know if it's been added. I don't think it's been added to the trial bundle, so that explains my.
Okay. Well, if you wish, a little later on in the trial, when it's convenient to interpose this very short matter, to put the document that is exhibited to Mr. Smith's witness statement to this witness to seek any clarification you wish, you will be allowed to.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Al-Ali, I will. I have a question about HUOBI MENA and HUOBI Global. Do you have any current contact with Alan Sun at HUOBI Global?
He left HUOBI Global.
Do you have any current contact with Alan Sun in general?
Since long time I haven't communicated with him. I have his contact details, but I haven't communicated with him quite long time.
Do you have any contact with Elaine Sun?
It is the same, Ellen.
No, Elaine, I think. Oh, maybe it was spelled differently. Do you have any contact with HUOBI Global at all?
Not recently, nothing.
Does HUOBI Global know, or are they aware that you are continuing to own a company with the name HUOBI MENA FCE?
Yes.
And do you, are they aware that you're bringing a claim for 300 Bitcoin?
We did inform them, yes.
Okay. Have they been provided any documents in this case?
They provided any documents in this case?
Have you provided any documents to HUOBI Global or anyone working at HUOBI Global?
We informed them about the case and what's happening. And they never asked for the details of this. case, we would have provide them. We are happy to provide them the details.
And you haven't received any update on the tracking that they've tried to undertake in regards to the 35 Bitcoin that have flowed back into HUOBI Global?
I did mention that the police did communicated with them directly. After that, they were, I mean, based on their, it could be the police told them not to exchange this detail with anybody, or I have no idea, because I did mention my email to them that they to keep me in the loop, but nothing really communicated with me afterward.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, I think we'll. Did you? Sorry, one last question, if you don't mind. Did you consider that? So these accounts that this HUOBI Global account that has the 35 Bitcoin. Do you know?
It's not HUOBI Global account. It's one of the. See now, HUOBI Global is an exchange. It's an exchange, so they have millions of customers. So it means that one of the customers, these coins goes to his wallet.
Right.
Now, they have a privacy. They have other. They cannot really provide the information to us directly without a proper court order or a police investigation.
And that use and HUOBI Global can though freeze a user's wallet.
They did freeze the wallet, and then they ask for a KYC. But they cannot do that for very long because, it's, as I said, they don't have anything. I mean, from a legal authority, or like I would say, police or court or anybody to proceed for any further actions against that wallet.
Have you tried to initiate any claim in China or any jurisdiction to get such a court order?
Nobody will listen to us because what the case happened here. Now, you know, the jurisdiction is here in the UAE, the IFC. And even if we go to Hong Kong, I think you would be in better position to understand this, that who will listen to us at this?
Well, HUOBI Global is based in China, and
if I may interject here, I'm just questioning the relevance of this line of questioning to your client's defence, Mr. Kotig.
it relates, Your Honor, if I may respond, it relates not only to the mitigation of damages, but also to the quantum of damages.
Yes.
Mr. Ali, I'll just finish by saying that HUOBI Global has not initiated any claims in China in relation to this transaction.
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I've
as far as I know, there's nothing, no.
Yes, and that concludes your cross-examination. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kotig. Yes, well, we'll begin the re-examination.
Your Lordship, we're very pleased to know it's just one short question.
I thought it might be fairly short. Yes.
Now, yesterday, Mr. Al-Ali, you were asked about security protocols provided by HUOBI Global. I have a short question about that, which is, to the best of your knowledge, did HUOBI Global ever send HUOBI MENA or HUOBI OTC security protocols for using Trezor wallets for OTC trades?
No.
Thank you.
Well, that concludes the re-examination. And the next witness to be called is Mr. Sazena. So let's just take stock of where we are. We will be resuming on Sunday. And can I be told whether we can expect Mr. Sazena to be giving evidence on Sunday?
Yes.
Yes.
We've made arrangements for him. He will be in Tunisia, and yes, he will be giving evidence.
So he'll be properly equipped to deal with the documents and the like for his cross-examination in Tunisia.
I'm instructed that that's the case.
Well, it's going to have to be the case, you
Absolutely.
understand.
No, absolutely. Every step's been taken to
Yes.
that we possibly can take, as I understand.
Well, good. Now, we're going to rise shortly because we will restart on Sunday. Now, you remember that I raised the possibility of starting earlier on Sunday so that we can finish earlier. Now, what's the party's response to that? Are there any difficulties with that? Or are we agreed that let's take the different start times, there are only two. Can we start at 7:30 in the morning with Mr. Sazena and proceed for the number of hours that would otherwise be devoted to the case, but involving an earlier finish time?
Yes.
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 Ms. Ahmed? Well, I'm very grateful for that. So we shall begin at 7:30 on Sunday morning. And as I've said, we will go for the number of hours. What it will mean in London hours time is that we will finish at 1 p.m. instead of 2 p.m. London time, and add another 4 hours to that to arrive at the Dubai finishing time. Good. Well, thank you very much.
My Lordship, before we rise, I know it's been a very long day and I'm so sorry to trouble you. However, we have spoken to our expert and just in terms of the expert so that we can communicate with them when they will be required.
Yes.
In terms of the first defendant's expert, he has confirmed that owing to travel plans, his available time on the 6th of December is 9 a.m. That's Dubai time. Given the time difference in the UK, we're assuming that this is not going to be convenient for your lordship, and therefore the only other time he's available is on the 9th of December. And
what time would that be on the 9th of December?
So he's actually in Vancouver, not in the States, and that's 12 hours difference. And he has requested that he give his evidence no later than 12 o'clock. That's our time, Dubai time. With a view to concluding no later than 2 p.m. our time. So that will be 2 a.m. his time.
Okay, so that will be at 8 a.m. in London.
Yes.
Well, he's not going to be more than 2 hours, is he?
Probably not. Well, I mean, it's not for me to say. I'm not cross-examining him.
I'm sure not. Well, this is the sort of case where the court will show flexibility and will interpose him to ensure that he's heard on the 6th, starting at 8 a.m. London time, 12 noon Dubai time.
I beg your pardon, on the 6th or the 9th,
right?
I think it's the 9th of December that he
I
could
beg
do.
your pardon, I'm so sorry, yes. It's the 9th.
I'm grateful.
Yes.
Grateful, your lordship. Thank you.
Fine. Are there any other housekeeping matters that are pressing? No? Good. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you on Sunday at 7:30 a.m. London time. We now stand adjourned.
Thank you.